世界の大会で活躍して、世界中の人たちにその活躍を見てもらいたいですね。
第一歩みたいな、世界の人にラビット5っていうチームを認識してもらう場所かなっていう感じですね。
イタポンと僕対ゼロストと7カネだと、10戦やって 10回勝つレーニングなので絶対に負けないですね。そこ
ちょっと分からしてやりたいなと。あんま舐めたことはしんなねえぞ。
そうですね、まあ取られて1本 3-1 で勝ちたいです
基本スクリームでも CS 差つけて基本勝ってるので、レーニングだと
そんなになんかその勝つことの先にということはないですね。ただ本当にただ負けたくない、勝ちたい、それだけなので、
本当にスタートラインに立ったと思ってるので、これからだと思ってます。
まあ世界大会行けるならそれは行きたいですよ。
赤バフで死ぬジャングラーには負けません。
赤バフは上げるけど、そっちのミッドレーンは俺が管理するぞって。赤バフとセロスは同じぐらい。
まあ凡人選手をどれだけ倒すか、もうレーンコテンパンにしてめちゃくちゃ強くなったトップレーナーがミッドボットに行ってキャリーしていくみたいな、そういうところを見てほしいですね
もうもやし炒めにしてやるぞぐらいの心意気でやってやりますね。
でも負けないんじゃないですか、100%かなって、もう負ける要素ないんじゃないかなと思ってます。
ランクでボーゴル、
日本のチームに勝つだけで世界と戦えるなら、もうそんな簡単なことはない、僕はそう思ってます。
プレイヤーに頑張らせません、僕は。
お前ら気をつけとけよって、FM全員にいつ俺にやられるか分かんないからなって言ってきます。
やっぱもう日本レベルを超えたそのゲーム展開、ゲームメイクを見てほしいですね。
持っていきましたが、ゼロスタがさ裏に入り込んでアリスタのステップでダブルキル持っていく次、エクゾースお互い入っているウルトラポンステップからワーストロードいきなり生まれた。さらにいいからのフレイ決まっているフラッシュダブルキル持っていくのはウルトラポン。でそれゼロスタを捕まえた素晴らしいシュートを打った。キルを持っていくのはサルベンジャーに数キル持っていきます。メロメロンと乗り切る殴り合いは甘めのローをきれいに成功する。ラスカルディスターの中断して今すねやり止めていたブロックでいたが赤バフでトラウトの取っているのはエンジ、さらに9を当てているエアからもう一度逆のエンジ、もう一度さあ次にゼロスピードを打ちましたが、クアドラベターメガネットロケットベッタッキ今度はラッシュタイムが速い。フラッシュ小やしメガナになる PK がある展開している。普通はもうスモールトリプルキル持っていくのはもやし。これからモンチューが入ってくる。相手メガナーからもうスリースタンからの両軸飛ばした。共に寄っているウルトラ当てるがクール。さあモンチがダウンしそうだがキックに出る。アスタロールの方がやりが速い。これはまだわからない。まだあるぞ3分間。エンジがいる、エンジがいる、エンジを当てたがダメー。エンジリムフープ捕まえたが関係ない。モリモフでアミューズウルト打てない。さあ逆カウンターゼロスのウルトパーフェクト。そして貼り付けるか、貼り付けるか。 ハリケーンがいいのブリック使いましたが、シャットダウンナズラ AT、 そしてウルトゼロストダブルキル。逆にユタとカリスタのムーブ、フラッシュを切っていく。いいね、ダメージ出してバーストで取っていくけれども、もう一度逆側だ。さあここに7金が入ってくる。さあもやしも入ってくる。フラッシュにして爆弾 X とウルトから1キル交換にはなったが、スネアに捕まった。だからフラッシュただフラッシュからスリースター。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from the Bellsile Event Center in Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. This is the LJL Grand Finals and International Wildcard Qualifier. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Rayan Frostkura and more, and tonight we are bringing you not only the Grand Finals, but the qualifiers for the team who will represent Japan in the International Wildcard Invitational.
And pretty much everything is on the line tonight for the two Detonation teams. It's going to be Detonation Focus Me versus Detonation Rabbit 5 and a best of 5. Rules to note, there will be no blind pick, so just something to take off the table. If we do go down to the very last wire in that final game, it's going to have the pick and ban standard.
That's right. And for the two teams playing here tonight, quick introductions for the MCs on stage. The casters for tonight's match will be Eyes and Revels, and the two MCs will be actually DJ Muchan and Angelati. So do you want to thank them all for presenting there on stage? The teams tonight, like you were mentioned, Frostkurin, will be Detonation Rabbit 5 and Detonation Focus Me. So if these are sister teams, and they remind me a lot of like Samsung White and Blue, kind of undisputedly the best teams in a region, and so who better to face off tonight in the grand finals?
I'm so happy that you made that comparison, because when you go deeper into their narratives, you start to see a lot of overlaps. And Samsung White was so dominant; they were beating all these teams, even teams that Samsung Blue couldn't beat. But when they faced off, they were just never able to make it connect. Obviously, until they came to that fateful Worlds. But it's kind of been the story of Focus Me and Rabbit 5, whereas Focus Me have dropped a few games, very few, between these sister teams. Rabbit 5 have kind of stayed really consistent and on top of the league, but every single time these two teams met, which they met twice in the regular season, Focus Me managed to 2-0.
That's right, and over the course of the regular season, with Focus Me's continual dominance, it was interesting to watch the contrast between Focus Me's position and Rabbit 5. Rabbit 5, their sister team, actually qualified for this season of LJL from the Challenger Series, and then rose all the way up to the top, where they dominated and held first place up until the very end of the season, where in the last game being played, it was down to these two teams, and Focus Me came out on top. And as kind of the final boss of Japan for a very long time, it's so exciting to watch them face sort of their first real competition in their sister team here tonight with a lot on the line.
And these two teams have been nothing short of superstars, particularly built around the AD carry position. If you're new to the Japanese league, this is pretty much what you need to know. They're very team fight oriented. They have a lot of power players in the mid position, but particularly it's their AD carries that really shine, especially in these two sister teams. It's going to be Zeros, the AD carry for Rabbit 5, and Yutapong, the AD carry for Focus Me.
And what's so interesting about these two players is that they aren't necessarily rivals, but Zeros has kind of come into this season really looking up to Yutapon as the AD carry to beat in Japan, and has been that way for a very long time. They both have very similar AD carry champion pools, featuring champions like Callista and Ezreal, with some very highlight builds and results to talk about, of course, as we get further on into the game. But it's not just all about the AD carries. Mid laner for Focus Me actually has a lot of hype behind him too.
And the mid laner for Focus Me is going to be Saros, and he'll be facing against Estelle, the mid laner for Rabbit 5. And not only do these two teams obviously share the same organization and sister tag, but they share a lot of, you said it before, kind of rivalries. I know that Estelle specifically has said he just doesn't understand when Zeros beats him in lane. It keeps him thinking on the train in the morning.
Yeah, he said he'd be riding on the train just wondering to himself, how did that actually happen? And when you have thoughts like that, you're going up against someone good. Now, you can see Angelati on stage interviewing Focus Me right now. I think she is there with the man of the hour, Saros, that we were talking about earlier. Saros has been called sort of the faker of Japan because he plays the mid lane position, but when you look at Detonation Focus Me, they really have some of the best players in almost every single role. Every game that they play, it's always their jungler that helps get them first blood, so you gotta give at least a little bit of credit to Astaroth. They have the best mid laner and AD carry, depending on who you ask. Yutapon has a lot of hype behind him too. And of course they have the leading KDA in the top lane in Bonzin. So there is so much to talk about as we get into the ceremony, into this game. It could not be more exciting.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious if they're going to be introducing the casters, the Japanese casters, Eyes and Rebel here. If maybe they'll take the stage, and that's what the MCs are setting up for.
Yeah, the casters for tonight have, and especially for Rebel, has kind of come in as a guest caster this season, but Eyes specifically has had so much to say, so much to do with the success of League of Legends in Japan, and as kind of their voice, do you want to give a special shout out to our Japanese casters for tonight, Eyes and Rebel, and of course they'll probably be introduced here in a second, but as you may have noticed from listening to our voices, we are not Japanese. We'll be bringing you the English coverage. I was practicing my pronunciation of all the Japanese names earlier today, Frostgren, and let's just say some of them went better than others, but these two Japanese gentlemen up on stage right now definitely leading the leading edge of shoutcasting in Japan, so a lot of credit to them.
Definitely. Eyes, a huge force right there. Rebel joining him as his guest commentator. Cannot be said enough good things about these two gentlemen, so always fantastic, especially to see him kind of dress up for the occasion, which this is huge. We're in LAN.
Exactly, and this is such a big step from where LJL started this season. The first games, the first week of LJL was actually held live at Esports Square. It was actually, I think, 5 blocks down the road from Belisal. So basically the same area of Akihabara. So, and the first games, the first week was actually live too, and it was packed out, but there were about 200 people there live in person. Now, these stadiums are actually packed out with over 1,000 spectators, and of course all the teams and staff involved, so it's just amazing to see how League of Legends is growing in Japan, even just over the course of this season.
And obviously the league itself has had fantastic growth. We've got great teams representing Japan today for the finals, for the chance to compete at the international wildcard tournament. But the thing that I really want to talk about is how an actual LAN event is going to affect these players' performance. Now, for the majority of the season for LJL, they've actually been playing offline on the North American servers. Now we're playing in a LAN. You have the audience, you have the crowd, you have the morale, the momentum. How do you think that this will change things up? Do you think this is finally going to give Rabbit 5 the edge to take Focus Me down? Or will Focus Me reign true and be the kings of LJL?
Well, at least in the head-to-head matchup, it has looked very dominant for Focus Me. And while some of their games have actually been closer, tonight it is going to be... I actually don't know. And I actually asked a lot of Japanese pros what their thoughts were on tonight's matchups, who was going to win. I heard things from both camps, but both of them, but most of the pros that I asked actually said that it could go either way. And with most of the games in Japan being either best of 1s or best of 3s, really not a lot of teams have had the opportunities to play in best of 5 settings, specifically Detonation Rabbit 5. They come in as a much newer team, and best of 5s are so much different than just best of 1s, so it will come down to experience, and when it comes down to experience, it's hard to look past Detonation Focus Me. They've been around for so long. They've actually had the opportunity to compete internationally, which is a big deal for a lot of teams in Japan. I believe they competed at Intel Extreme Masters Singapore and actually had a run through the NLB in Korea. So they've got a lot of experience under the belt. And I think when it comes down to it, that might just give them the edge that they need.
And again, it cannot be understated, having experience on LAN in front of a crowd is fairly important. There is such thing as choking, and hopefully it won't happen to Rabbit 5 today, but can never discount this factor.
Definitely, that's going to be a factor. And when we talk about experience and international tournament records, you have to talk about the next big international tournament coming up, and those are the International Wildcard Qualifiers. The winner from tonight's LJL Grand Finals will represent Japan in the IWCI to face off against some of the best teams from regions around the world, and they'll be fighting for a shot at an invitation to the MSI, the Mid-Season Invitational. So Japan, just now starting to make their footprint in League of Legends, has so many opportunities ahead of them to really make their impact on the world.
And that's pretty much been a lot of these players' dreams. I know Yutapon has gone on the record saying that all he wants to do is represent Japan at Worlds on the international stage, and he's one step closer if he can take home the best of 5 today.
You can see the information there on your screen pointing out the dates and the information for both the Mid-Season Invitational and the International Wildcard Invitational, where teams from regions across the world will go head-to-head to represent those last 2 wildcard spots coming into the Mid-Season Invitational. So So a lot on the line, really for a lot of regions, but specifically for Japan. They come in as really one of the newer regions on the world stage, and with a lot of talent, a lot of hype behind them. I could not be more excited to watch the two best teams in Japan face off against each other here tonight.
You're absolutely correct. They are very much a very big underdog in terms of international context, and a lot of the world doesn't really understand or even know what's happening in Japan as far as how explosive this region has become. Again, kind of going back to it, what the region's meta tends to be, it's very team fight centric. We have a lot of star players, and there's a lot of really raw, kind of untapped talent. We talked about Yutapon and Saros. We talked about Bonzin and Moyashi and those top laners right now, but pretty much across the board, all of these players are very high-ranking solo queue players. We've got a couple of challenger players on the Korean servers even.
That's right. We've had several players, not just Challenger on North America. If you watch a lot of North American solo queue, you'll probably see most of the players here tonight in a lot of top high elo solo queue games. They've gotten up to Challenger on the Korean server as well. And so it's not even about, if you don't have your own server, you can go to other servers. And whenever these Japanese players they've been right up there with the best players there. And a lot of people ask me, where is the level of League of Legends in Japan? And at the beginning of the season, I would have said it would be around NA Challenger level or a lot of Challenger levels across the world. But over the course of the season, we've really seen a lot of rising stars in the Japanese scene, and specifically with these two teams here tonight, they represent the best of the best in Japan. So if you want the opportunity to answer that question for yourself, where Japan stands, well, we got a best of 5 coming up that should show you just that. It looks like coming up next, we'll actually have, at least we should be getting into one of our first games of the evening. Once again, this is Detonation Rabbit 5 versus Detonation Focus Me. With game 1, the players, you can see them sitting there in their booths. They are sipping on some Monster Energy, one of the sponsors of this event. And if you are actually in Japan, if you can make it down to Belisal, you'll actually be able to get free Monster Energy and a bunch of free swag when you go down to the event. So a lot of great opportunities. One of the few League of Legends lands in Japan, and it's exciting to see so many people turn up for that. We'll be right back once we are into game number 1 of this grand final best of 5. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LJL Grand Finals, live from Belasal, Tokyo. We're here in Akihabara, right down the road from the Esports Square. That's where LJL started this season, and now this is where it's going to end. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Ryan Frosker and more, and of course you can see on your screen the Japanese shoutcasters Eyes and Rebel. They will be casting in Japanese. We will be here in English. I'm excited to get these games underway.
And again, the two teams that will be facing off, apologize, we had a small technical difficulty, are going to be the two sister teams of Detonation Focus Me versus Detonation Rabbit 5.
Now, Detonation Focus Me, kind of the big brother, the final boss of Japan. They've been the strongest team in Japan for a very long time. And while there have been rivals to challenge them, those have kind of come and gone over time. And, well, here is Focus Me still remaining. However, this season has been a little bit different for them. Usually accustomed to sitting in the top spot, they've been forced to sit in number 2 all season long, with Rabbit 5 having claimed the very first place in the league for the entire season, right up until the very end. So if there is one team that can take games off of Focus Me, it's going to be Rabbit 5, but they haven't managed to do that this season.
That said, they've got a best of 5 in front of a live studio audience in LAN event to prove themselves, and we're into pick and ban.
Yep, game number 1 is coming up, and this is, like you said, 1 of 5 Frostgrins. So I asked a couple of people what they thought the score was going to be. Heard a lot of 3-1s on both sides, but no conclusive evidence, so we just have to watch the games to find out. And already into champion picks and bans, and Nidalee Lulu, the first 2 bans out there.
Likewise, Graves and Rek'Sai being taken off the board. And again, it's going to be Focus Me, Big Brother, Final Boss on your blue team on the left side there. And it's going to be Rabbit 5, Little Brother, and Challenger that approaches on the red team.
Yeah, that Little Brother is awfully big and definitely has some things to say about this. Now, picks and bans, we were talking about them earlier. As far as what we expected, I am not surprised at all to see the Nidalee ban. Saros destroyed Rabbit 5 with a Nidalee. I believe he went 4-0-7 with that champion the first time these teams faced off against each other, so not gonna let him have that. The Sion ban versus Moyashi is because the top laners for both teams really prioritize a lot of tanks, but you know, Bonzen might have something special in mind here. We aren't exactly sure what to predict out of him just yet.
It looks like it's going to be the Callista getting hovered over as we count down.
Oh my god. How did Callista get through the pick and ban phase? Japan, mostly AD carry centric region, it doesn't get much better than Udapon's Callista.
Likewise, on the other side, though, we have the immediate answer of the Nautilus and Maokai.
There we go. That is the tank lineup. I'm not sure if patch 5.5, which is the patch that these games will be played on, is necessarily a League of Tanks patch, but they certainly do very well. Top, jungle, support, there's a lot of options there, and this is going to be a big front line for Udapon to deal with.
It's definitely the patch that starts the tank meta there. Cinder Hulk is in play. A lot of the tank items, the itemization has been very cost efficient for them, so they're able to get very beefy for very little money. So I'm curious if this Nautilus is actually going to go into the jungle, or if we'll maybe support Nautilus. Lemonation made that very popular in the North American LCS, and we've seen a lot of global trends kind of bleed over into LJL.
That's right, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was Glebe Glarbu's really sort of taken that Nautilus, taken charge of that in North American LCS as well, so it's definitely been out there in the support role, and probably what we're actually going to see here. I was actually casting a North American Challenger game earlier today, and we had this Nautilus Urgot combo in the bottom lane, but with Ezreal still left on the table, Zeros is going to take it away.
And that's a champion that Zeros has found a lot of success on. In the middle of the season, he kind of fell into a bit of a rut when he tunneled in on Tristana, but when he picked up champions like Callista, like Ezreal, we found him on his hardcore 80 carry status again. And the thing about Zeros and Udapong, they have a very interesting relationship. Zerost wanted to be the 80 carry for Focus Me, but he knew that he would never have a shot at it as long as Udapon was kind of dominating and being that superstar for the team. So a team was built around him, and this team is Rabbit 5.
And you have to know when you build a team around somebody, that somebody is probably pretty good. And there is an interesting rivalry between Udapon and Zerost. While both of them have had, highs and lows this season, it's been pretty high across the board, especially for Zerost once he's gotten onto things like his Ezreal. And for both players, I have to feel like they're on their strongest champions so far this season. I can't be more excited about this pick and ban. We've got Seros on Ahri as well. He'll be facing off against Estelle, and while the mid laners tend to have fairly differing playstyles, they've both gone with these very high mobility assassins. And correct me if I'm wrong, Frostcurrent, but I don't think SKT Tom is playing this game, and yet there's still an Udyr.
No, he is not. That Udyr will be picked up by Astaroth there in the jungle, and wow. I'm really excited for this. Again, 5.5, it's the Cinderhulk meta, it's the start of the tank meta. Udyr does very well, clears the jungle really well, does great in disruption. It's hard for him against kite comp, so it'll be a little bit difficult for him to lock down the mobility or high mobility of Zed and Ezreal. But as far as just getting into that 5v5, as long as he's not the hard initiation tool for his team, does fantastic. And with tools like Death Sentence and Charm, doesn't have to rely on that.
Yeah, and I believe you used the word meta in conjunction with patch 5.5. I don't know if there is a meta yet, but it seems like you can play just about whatever you want. A lot of differing picks out there, a lot of craziness. No Urgot in this game, but we do have a lot of strength out there. And interesting to note, the lowest ban percentage, but the highest win rate belongs to Nautilus. And I believe that is both jungle and support as well. I think it was only played once this season. But yeah, Awaker will be taking Nautilus into the jungle for Rabbit 5. And I don't know what to say. How do you think this is going to work out? Because these are two very non-standard junglers.
And you have a lot of different options as far as Udyr is going to play. If you're going to be that counter gank, or not counter gank, counter jungle heavy, farm heavy Udyr, if you're going to be more about internally making your own ganks with Tiger form versus Phoenix form. Nautilus, he needs to stay in his jungle, he needs to itemize, he needs to come out and be powerful late game into that super tank. His clear time is relatively slow. He did get changes to his Riptide specifically, which kind of brought back his viability. His Riptide is his AoE, so his ability to clear the jungle as far as the cooldown being brought down has increased that way, but doesn't do a lot of damage. So they're kind of like polar opposites depending on how these two junglers want to mesh up their styles.
That's right, and speaking of styles and meshing up against each other, you can see the win rate there on your screen, 74%. The final vote there for Detonation Focus Me, and it's hard to vote against them, honestly. They've been the top in Japan for a while. They have a lot of experience. They're one of the few teams in Japan with global experience, and while that hasn't necessarily been incredibly successful, you can tell that it has made a mark on their team. And this is only game one of a best-of-5 series. Whatever the result here, it's going to be exciting as we get into our first game of this grand final best-of-5. Go over the matchups in the top lane. It's Detonation Focus Me's Bonzen. Of course, we're moving through things very, very quickly. Jungle Astaroth versus Awaker. Mid lane matchup. And this is going to be so exciting. Will be Seros versus Estelle.
In the AD carry, it's going to be Yutapong versus Zerost.
We'll see that switch over right about now. And there you go. You can see KDA 10.72. Right up there with Bonzen, who led the KDA at 12, and of course joining them in the duo lane, it's going to be Arden versus Nanakane, and of course Arden actually coming in as a sub for this game, a little bit interesting. So Nanakane, we've seen him be incredibly effective there in the support role, have nothing but good things to say, and that established duo is going to be a big thing to watch out for, and possibly something that could maybe take it to one of the top bottom lanes in Japan in Yutapon.
That's actually really curious that they're choosing to sub in Arden now. He was the original starter. Kazu is technically the sub. Kazu is also the analyst for the team. I believe he actually just got back from Korea. They were touring around some of the Korean League of Legends gaming houses, getting some ideas and talking direction there. So really important match to suddenly make a roster swap, especially with Kazu being with them for the majority of the season.
That's right, and roster swaps, you know, they can make a big effect on the team. But when it comes to changing rosters, I don't think any region does it quite as much as Japan. We've seen a number of roster changes over the course of this season, and even the I believe the starting support Kazu for Detonation Focus Me has actually kind of came and went as the season's gone on as well. There've been lots of subs. And, of course, Game 1 here in the Grand Finals is no exception.
But looks like we're going to be taking the Rift here.
And honestly, okay, so Frostcurrent, we have to get your predictions before we start things out. Who gets first blood?
It's going to be Focus Me. I believe that they've gotten first blood in both of their matches against Rabbit 5. They have two incredibly aggressive carries in Yutapong and Saros, and I actually expect it's going to be on Saros, especially with that Ahri pick.
Right, Yutapong and Saros have both gotten first bloods, but they've both been off of Awaker's ganks, so definitely something to keep an eye on. And here we go, out into game one of this grand final best of 5. Winner of this game will not only pick up the victory in Season 1 of LJL, but they will also represent Japan at the International Wildcard Invitational and possibly even the Mid-Season Invitational as well if they are able to win that out here. But to start things out, relatively passive start on both sides. Had a little bit of an altercation there on Awaker, but he's just going to head back to base, heal things up, and we've seen a lot of Gromp starts for tank junglers just because of the high HP and the way that scales with Gromp, but it doesn't look like that's what we have this game.
More importantly, it looks like we're going to have a standard 2v2 in the bot side, and this is actually really scary, not only because of the fact that you're facing down Yutapong, but because of Kallista's level 2 and the kill potential and the kill threat there, especially taking Ezreal, who's fairly weak.
That's right, and for Ezreal early game, you wouldn't necessarily expect a whole lot of things out of him, but he does have Nanakane in there for a little bit of extra support, has the sustain in lane, but wait, what is Nanakane doing? He's on the opposite side of the map, and he's actually going to deny the big Krug. He's way out of lane, so he might be there a little bit late, but interesting to see him stop that extra XP.
Making sure that with the shred potential that Kallista can bring to taking down these camps very quickly, that they're not going to bring an EXP advantage, or at least not a very big one since they only got the small Krug.
Right, so they will catch level 2, maybe 1 creep ahead, but it's not going to be incredibly drastic, and it shouldn't change the dynamic there. So good job by Nanakane stopping that early gambit and helping them out. Now, of course, Astror in the jungle on Udyr. We've seen a lot of like crazy farm styles from Udyr, but especially with Cinderhulk being as strong as it is, it should just be tank starts for both sides and no jungle pressure just yet, with junglers at their reds.
Yep, it effectively leaves the lanes kind of to their own devices and their own kill potential, which you have kill potential on either side. The only lane that I think is really kind of disproportionate to its aggressiveness and its ability to sway is really that bottom lane, although Zeros did a great job making sure that he got the early pressure into the lane to deny the level 2 power spike, kind of unsuspected from Kallista. But both junglers kind of looking around at this mid lane, except Udyr maybe heading bot.
Oh, we got Nautilus waiting here in the mid lane. Has an angle onto Saros, but he's being very, very patient. He's kind of taking up that hotshot GG jungle Nautilus style where you just sit in the brush trying to make something happen. Bottom lane, there's the play, the hook, the ignite on Nanakane. He's gonna go down. It's first blood for Yutapong. Taking it down, but at the same time being pulled back in mid lane. Saros is gonna give the second kill right back away to Rabbit 5.
And again, it's the two carries that we said would be revolved around the first blood. Yutapong, that's not who you want to get fed on that team. He's a very flashy player. He knows how to pressure a lead, but Estelle getting the lead on Saros, especially on Zed, pretty much spells the answer for the Kallista should he get out of control.
And man, this is so exciting to watch simultaneously, and this can really throw around a lot of games where both junglers go for ganks, and then one is successful, the other isn't. But like you said, this actually changes the dynamic of the game very significantly. While it might be good to get kills on a Yutapong, Estelle is going to be the tool that Rabbit 5 have to deal with him.
It's pretty much the perfect answer for any AD carry that gets out of position. That Zed can be a big problem, so we'll see if Saros is able to pull this one back. Still has his ignite available.
And we've actually seen a lot of Maokai's be added in to not necessarily counter things like Juggermaw compositions, but it's pretty much if you have an AD carry and you want to get onto him, Maokai's a great way to do that too. So some pretty scary stuff. This is pretty much an anti, and I can imagine Awaker might have played something like Vi in this matchup, just looking for the click onto the AD carry and make him have a bad time.
Kind of curious that Focus Me are deciding to put all of their power into that bot lane, at least as far as with their initial ganks, simply because this is the lane that I feel like was already won. That Ezreal is going to be itemizing a tier, he's going to go into kind of a power trough, Kalista is going to be able to farm up, find her items safely. So it makes sense that Rabbit 5, are looking to apply their resources in different lanes, because saving the Ezreal Nami lane, that's already lost.
Exactly, and Israel not traditionally a very strong early game anyway, so that is, I guess I like Awaker's decision to sit in the mid lane. It's been where he's, spent the majority of his time, and he's clicking on the mid lane again. No love here for Seros. Definitely trying to get Estelle ahead so that he not only wins his mid lane, but so that they have an answer for Udapon later on. Which rhymes.
And even though he's not really getting anything, he's pretty much just freeing up farm for his Zed and forcing Seros to play passive and to back off the creep wave. So despite the fact that it's not transitioning into kills and to kill gold, it's still transitioning into pressure, into victory there.
Oh, nice bubble in the queue there. Zeros to Nanakane putting some hurt onto Astro and really punishing him for going for that. It's a 6-minute dragon. I don't think you can just walk into dragon and do that. Nice early wards. Reveal that, and Awaker trying to limit at least a little bit of that coverage.
A little bit of wasted time, though. I will say that as far as the junglers kind of sticking around, trying to find a lot of ganks, a lot of kill potential and snowball there, as opposed to just kind of farming to the strengths of the jungle picks that they picked. That sounds weird, but I feel like
I feel like you should be picking a pack of pickled peppers or something. But thankfully, I forget the guy that was in that tongue twister. Peter Piper. There we go. There's
pickled. No.
Imagine if you had to pick a peck of pickled picks. Thankfully, there's no Lulu in here, so we actually don't have picks. Otherwise, I'd be able to continue on with terrible tongue twisters for a little bit longer.
That tasted salty.
Hey, what can I say? I like the opportunities when I can get them, but not quite as many of them in this game.
But we've returned to the jungles, thankfully, so no more staking out in that mid lane. Both junglers are farming the jungle, continuing to apply vision and wards to that bottom side to make sure that no snuck dragon is taken. Sneaked? Snuck?
Snuckered. Not exactly sure. You find the one aspect of my grammar that I haven't checked out yet. But back to the mid lane. This time it's Astror's gonna try to gank a Zed as an Udyr.
Not a lot of opportunity there.
I feel like in a small percentage of games that might work, but I don't think that these are they, if I could redeem myself grammatically.
What is fortunate, or I guess I should say unfortunate for Focus Me, is that a teleport was used very early on. Bonzen used his teleport to get back into the lane to pick up a big wave that Miyoshi had pushed onto his tower, so there is a TP advantage as far as this Maokai. We'll see if they convert that into trying to apply dragon pressure, especially with the numbers advantage, or a possible numbers advantage.
Now, for a lot of people watching, this is their first trip through the Japanese League of Legends scene. So let's talk about trends a little bit. For top lane, you have traditionally just very, very hard tanky champions, at least between Bonzen and Moyashi. And while they've both been on that champion, the KDAs between both of these players are ridiculously different. Bonzen leading LJL in the KDA department at 12, and I believe it was actually Moyashi who's sitting at, I think, less than 5 on his KDA too. So very big difference there. What are some other trends that you've seen from Japanese League of Legends?
Well, just to kind of quickly also cover the rest of the top, what I think is fairly interesting about the top laners in specific in LJL is how influential and how much of a hinge they are on which their team swings. They are the core, the rock, the bruiser, the tank of these teams, and they can really turn fights. And both of these top laners have a great reputation of kind of making the best of scrappy situations and pulling out these massive wombo combos, these 5-man Gnar stuns, things like that, and turning the tides of fights.
Right, it's not necessarily the ability to solo kill their lanes, and I will say that I believe the very first game of LJL that I ever cast, I watched Udapon solo kill his lane at 2.5 minutes. So it's not like they don't have that potential, but it's really the team fights where they start to shine. And when you're a team like Focus Me is, and you have the leading KDA number 1 and 2, you gotta expect that to kick in sooner or later. And already a lot of aggression from Focus Me in the bottom lane. Also, I would like to point out that the introduction card was wrong, and that it is still Kazu as their support. But walking through the turret in the top lane, you gotta look towards Bonzen. He is gonna have a rough time. Whoa, disjoints the death mark, but still gonna pop over the wall. Estelle grabbing the second kill of the game for Rabbit 5.
And that pretty much answers the fact that they have so much control in this mid game due to the early gank pressure that Zed was able to push forward, make sure he could get the roam, and find a kill.
And there we go. Top lane gank means bottom lane dragon. Focus Me trying to make the best out of a bad situation. go for this dragon, and uncontested, it does look like it will go their way. So maybe sacrificing a little bit of Bonzin, but still getting something a little bit more valuable off of that.
And it doesn't necessarily translate into the gold score there because you're seeing invisible stats. Obviously, the Dragon's not giving global gold, but that will even up the game, especially as that's a scaling AD/AP buff to the champions on that first Dragon buff.
All right, it's not going to make that big a difference now. We'll check back in later.
You have to think of it, it's like scaling gold, because whereas you're taking global towers, or towers that gives you global gold, and you can then, translate that into items or vision or spend it however you want, you're still technically getting something from taking the dragon. Every stat in this game is worth a gold value. It's just not measured in the scoreboard.
I wonder what the gold value of having amazing casters is. It's probably pretty high.
It's like a MasterCard commercial waiting to happen.
For everything else, there's Rapid and Frost Current. Or at least these finals.
There's Monster Energy drinks, sponsored by...
This is where we just go through the entire list of sponsors. Not quite that big of a sellout. But back to the game at hand in the mid lane. Estelle ult now back available. Hasn't necessarily had as much of an individual lane presence. He's been getting ganks and roaming. But for Seros, too, he is a big person we look for. Whoa, miss on the hook, but the death mark's still going in. Estelle's pretty low off of that. And whoa, the flash forward going big for it. But no capitalization. Seros very low. And a Waker just going to drop the hammer, or anchor, as the case may be. Top lane, we've got more action going on, and just across the map. End result is Seros overextending, giving Rabbit 5 their third kill of the game.
So much focus going on with this mid lane, and this is not what they need. This Zed getting snowballed out of control, but now in the bot lane.
It does look like the teleport's going to come in. There's True Shot Barrage. Got a little bit of a late trip to it, but Unipon, the classiest of saves. He's actually just there to support Kazu and keep him alive. Whoa, pull back in through the bush of death. It's Unipon finding his second kill. He's already got that Blade of the Ruined King. Gets the slow. Will flash on in. Zeros has some company there. It's actually the re-engage. Moyashi's going to start this fight up once again. He's going to get played in. There's a counter teleport coming in from Bonzin. We'll see if he can turn this one around. Gets the bounce. The Meganar. Has he got the stun into the wall? The rock. It's there. And a double kill. Unipon coming back up big to turn the fight back in Focus Me's favor.
That was not the counter engage you were looking for, and that is not the carry that you want those kills to go on. Udapong now sitting 4-0-0, has the completed Blade of the Ruined King, and I'm just questioning where he's going to go next with this Callista build. I expect that it's going to be tier 2 boots just because they're so influential to Callista and her core kit, but he's got plenty of gold to spend.
That's right. And Unipon, to be fair, has been sort of on the bleeding edge of AD carry builds. He has come... He has come up with the wackiest builds I've ever seen, and a second item Quicksilver Sash. I don't think I've seen that one before.
It makes perfect sense, though. He knows that he's the focal point, the main carry. He's got all the gold. There's a ton of CC that he's looking down and across, so not a terrible build, but he is also going to pick up the first tier boot, so big power swing for this already very fed Callista.
Yeah, and we're getting through the replay. You can see a little bit of a late teleport there by Bonzin, but he's in the fight exactly when he needs to. And while he can't lock down the rest of Rabbit 5, he still gets Zeros, gets a double kill for his AD carry, and is back in the lane, so no turrets dropping, no real trades back away across the map. So some big things starting to transpire. While we've seen the jungle and mid synergy be pretty good for Rabbit 5, 4 kills on Udapon is a stat that Focus Me have in a lot of their winning games.
Again, though, we go back. The perfect answer to a fed AD carry is always going to be a fed assassin, particularly when that assassin is a Zed. We have him 2-0-1 right now, sitting in the mid lane. There's been a lot of focus, a lot of resources to make sure that Estelle gets off to the right foot, that he's able to put Seras into the ground. We'll see if he's able to snowball this and if he can be the carry and take down Udapong.
Work here across the map. That early QSS will go a long way to stopping the assassination attempts from Estelle, but it's very much ahead of schedule, at least as far as other Quicksilver Sash plays that I've seen. But bottom lane, Death Sentence doesn't land behind Turret. Turret's still alive, but with a lot of damage on it. And even after having that huge teleport massacre, whatever happened in the bottom lane, Focus Me are still playing forward in the lane. They're still over aggressive, and they're doing all of this without a whole lot of wards to protect them. They've got one behind them in the Tri-Brush. but some definitely gank potential. Whoa, Zeros over the wall, gonna jump right in onto Estelle. Gonna kite backwards, kite back again, and oh my gosh, it's so close, but it's Estelle. It comes out on top, and Awaker kind of late to the party, does land that hook somehow onto Asteror. Kazu is just chilling, he's hanging around, gonna get the death sentence, he goes in onto Estelle, but can't quite find the kill, and now Kazu might be the one to go down. True shot barrage from downtown, it's Zeros. There to turn that kill around. A big win for Rabbit 5. They grab 2 kills and keep Estelle alive.
The 1v1 outplay there between Estelle and Saros. What a perfect way to use Zed's ultimate to dodge the initial REQ to come out. Pretty much saved his life and allowed him to walk away the victor in that fight. So great counter on the cooldown.
To be fair, Estelle has walked away the victor from many fights because he actually is one of the only mid laners that plays that champion. Unfortunately banned on this particular patch, so we won't be seeing any victor here tonight. Estelle, he'll be winning a game at least so that we can say that a little bit more. But yeah, the 1v1, it might have looked really close, but what was so impressive about it for me is that Zeros was 0-2 versus a 2-0 Estelle going into that matchup, and he still almost won. So gotta give him some props for that. And with Azanya's Hourglass, he'll be a little bit more prepared next time.
Definitely. He also got a nice charm, so he had the initial engagement there, but looks like a dragon maybe started up.
Oh man, it's gonna get a death sentence, not landing onto anyone consequential. Dragon pretty low, and first Dragon went to focus me. It looks like Dragon 2 will go their way as well, but now they actually have to get out of the pit. Whoa, Asteror not in a great spot at all. He didn't really have too many good options there. Tried to run around the pit and couldn't quite get out.
That said, we'll see if they're able to capitalize off of anything here. Maybe look for more blood as they move into the enemy jungle.
Death sentence onto Awaker. They're going to chain CC him, but he is pretty tanky. And he'll land that counter grab on Kazu. Gonna get locked up, docked up, and taken down. We'll see if Utapon, the next to fall here, immediate QSS there on the death mark. I think he actually hit the QSS early, so he's still going to take that damage. True shot barrage coming through, but oh, Bonzen's still there. He's going to go Meganar. Beautiful timing on that ultimate, but not able to turn the tide of that fight. And after all said and done, there are no casualties in that jungle invade, but a little bit of a win for Rabbit 5 as they push Focus Me back out of their jungle.
And definitely, there may not be any player casualties, but that mid-tier tower is sure to go down as we have the minion wave in perfect position for Rabbit 5. So they're going to walk away pretty happy with that and start to take a gold lead here in this game.
Gold lead, maybe a little bit, but the Dragon lead, we talked about the stats and the gold value of those. 2-0 for Focus Me, and Dragon 3 is actually going to be a big, big deal when it comes to kiting around, mid-game mobility, so 6 minutes, we'll see how that works. But we are coming into the mid-game, so talk about maybe power spikes here for both teams. Who's looking for what items, and where do both teams stack up against each other right now?
Well, you see that Zeros on this Ezreal, he didn't go for a tier. He actually went straight into his Trinity, so avoiding that power trough. We'll see what kind of other itemization he's going to look for, if it's going to possibly be a Bloodthirster, which is what I would expect. Although we've seen some pretty interesting signature Ezreal builds, so we'll keep our eye on that one.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. We've seen most of those from Utapon, but definitely a lot to keep your eye out for.
See if we see some Essence Reaver Ezreal. But on the other side, I would expect to see the Hurricane come out of Callista, but Utapon has really shown himself that he likes the damage. It's not necessarily about the aggressive kite, but just the straight up burst damage that he can provide. So I'm curious if he's going to go for maybe the Bloodthirster as well.
You know, that could just be extra lifesteal. Of course, you have to remember, he's gotten a lot of wacky builds, so that could be like, you know, an early Essence Reaver.
The Essence Reaver.
I don't know. He has, one of his signature builds is Essence Reaver Brutalizer on Ezreal, but it's a different champion now, so shouldn't see that one. Still some interesting builds. We have the Chilling Smite on Asteror just to keep him from getting kited quite as much. And of course, Ranger's Trailblazer there on Awaker. Across the board, not really too many big differences, but the first and second turrets of the game going down for Focus Me, so continuing to put themselves on the board in the objective column.
What's really important as far as itemization is, again, it goes back to Estelle and his Zed. He has the completed Blade of the Rune King, which means that they can now open up the strategy of doing a 1-3-1 and getting that split push with Zed out there. There's not a lot of tools on Focus Me to duel this Zed right now, just straight up.
And, you know, talking about that split push, you just saw the exact results of that. Estelle able to take the final outer turret here. Rabbit 5, maybe a little bit behind in Dragons, but they're putting themselves on the board in turrets. Now, I don't think there's too much potential up top lane for Yutapon versus Moyashi. This is kind of weird because you talked about the split push Zed, but I mean, Focus Me have a split push AD carry in Yutapon.
But again, the answer to this would be the Zed. I don't care how flashy Yutapon is. He's not going to be able to escape the death mark, even with the Quicksilver Sash, if Estelle can get on top of him.
He looked at where Estelle's Zed was on the map, and he's like, let me put myself as far away as possible from that Zed as I possibly can, and now he's all the way top lane.
We'll see when they decide to clash again, and if we'll be over this dragon, which will come up within the next 2 minutes here. As everything kind of slows down, people go back to farming. And speaking of farming, we have quite a big discrepancy, particularly between the 2-star AD carries.
Yeah, 20 CS difference in the top lane too, but yeah, that 40, almost 45 CS difference between Yutapon and Seros. Now, they're playing very different styles of AD carry. Yutapon is all about, getting in those team fights, kiting around like a monster, whereas Zeros is more about the poke damage. And he has that Trinity Force, looking for that Blade of the Ruined King second. So, let's see which style kind of prevails, because there's so many different dynamics to talk about between these two teams. You've got, the different ways that they tank, that they engage, the damage spikes from both of them. Yutapon's in a great place, and he's actually sitting on about 1,000 gold right now. We'll see what he decides to pick up now that he's back in base. Probably looking for a BF sword, I can imagine. And yep, there it is, going for Bloodthirster next.
What I feel like is fairly important to point out is these teams, throughout the league, they played on the North American server, and they played at around 180 ping. We're finally on like a TR server, and we've got about 80 to 100 ping. And most of the professional players that I talk to refuse to play at a certain ping or admit that certain champions are just completely different animals when you have a lower ping. So it's really refreshing to kind of see them take the weights off, I guess, is the nicest way to put it. It's like a hyperbolic time chamber.
And it's going to be interesting because this is sort of like, if you have weights on your body, if you have anything you've been holding back all season long, this is the time to bring it out. Like, it doesn't get much more final than this. And I guess if you advance on to the international wildcard and then mid-season invitational, you got to get there first. Winning this game and of course this tournament is how you get there. But it is only game 1 in a best of 5, so still lots of opportunities to show some different strats.
And Dragon is live, so we'll see how the teams posture around this, or if Rabbit 5 may get their first one of the game.
First Dragon is good. Third Dragon is better. And that's what's on the table here for Focus Me. It started up by Rabbit 5, and I don't think Focus Me are going to contest this. They're behind a turret, and so they might just look to push mid, which could lead into a big team fight coming up here. Rabbit 5 have finished Dragon. Will they be in time to save the turret? Nope. They won't be in time for the team fight either. So just a little bit of objective trade.
The thing about the first Dragon, especially coming in at around 20 minutes into the game, 21 minutes into the game, is that because it's a scaling stat, it's worth so much more as far as like a superficial gold value than those initial like 3-minute, 12-minute Dragons. And so it may not mean a ton, but it's actually a fairly big swing of power, especially for Ezreal as an AD carry who's going to be doing both physical and magic damage.
Yeah, that's a good point. You get both of those. Whoa! Flash forced out there by Nalakane. Now, Moriyashi's up there, the big tank in front of the turret, but what is Asteroid? Okay, yeah. Auto attack for the stun, piece the scene, he's out of there, but now Moriyashi walking a little bit too far forward. He's forced to flash out.
Getting a little bit frisky over that top 2 tower, but no one is going to fall. Curious if Rabbit 5 are ever going to group up and look for the true 5v5, if they're going to continue to use Estelle across the course of the map.
I'm picturing that scene from The Lord of the Rings with Treebeard, and I have a feeling if anybody had called him Frisky, I don't think I can quite see that. Maybe a little bit more applicable here in League of Legends with Moyashi getting out there a little bit too close for comfort, but still interesting to think about. Also, I was looking at the sizing for character models, and as big as as Maokai is supposed to be, actually has a pretty small character model too. So maybe he's just like a really short ent.
Maybe he's a dwarf tree.
Maybe he's like one of those what do you call them?
A shrub.
It's like one of those mini tree, like a bonsai tree.
Oh, I'm like a shrub, a bush.
So in this game, it's actually bonsai versus bonzin. See? Huh?
Adorable.
He's like one of those cute little trees. You put him in the sand. There's that picture of the tiny cactus encouraging people. Maybe we can have one of those with Moyashi's
That would be an
Maokai.
excellent lunar reveal skin if they did like a bonsai style Maokai. He had like an actual ornate lantern hanging from his, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
And he threw like, maybe he like throws bonsai trees. I don't know how that works out.
He would throw like cherry blossoms or fireworks.
Oh my god. Okay, well,
Or when he procs his ultimate, like the fireworks spiral up from the ground, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my
he throws
God.
cherry. It would be excellent. Come on.
Future Riot skin designer Frostgrin hard at work already.
I'm full of ideas. Call me.
I got a few of those, but I don't think they're quite as good. So back to League of Legends. A little bit of a lull in the action here. There's no real objective to force fights, and that's kind of par for the course for Japanese League. It's like, is there a big objective? Yes, let's go there and fight. No, well, let's kind of walk around and try to get advantages.
Again, they're a relatively new scene. They've expanded very quickly, not only in their personal growth, but obviously in the scene's power. The thing to note is that they remind me of China almost as far as their meta is concerned, but maybe last year more so. They really rely on objectives like Baron, like Dragon, to give them an arena or a setting, a stage, to have these massive 5v5 team fights that they really love in this meta. It's not really about having the polished performance of understanding this is an objective that we can take as far as structural and setting up a siege, pressuring waves, managing your minions. These are all things that will come later, but as far as like the base bone mechanics of just brute forcing a team fight, they're fairly impressive.
Interesting to note as far as builds, in case you are curious, Astror's Udyr is going Phoenix Stance Udyr, which is a little bit more common for tank builds. Maybe if you build Trinity Force and you go Tiger and just try to blow somebody up, but a little bit more of an area of effect tanky kind of build. It works with that Cinder Hulk enchant too. You gotta get that massive area of effect damage, which is kind of a similarity between all tanks. You've got that for Nautilus, for Sejuani, a lot of AoE magic damage going on, and not sure, but yeah, I don't actually see any Lockets of the Iron Solari out there to maybe counter that out. But oh, over the wall! Thank goodness Kazu was there with Udapon.
Might have an engagement go down anyway, though. No.
Well, we're looking for it. It's tank on tank action. Awaker trying to get out of there, does lock down Seros. Turnaround damage, hook against the wall, flash over, and he's out of there. Both tanks flashing away from the fight. It's like, nope, just kidding. Don't want to get that action down.
Can see the hunger in the teams as they posture there. I wanted to talk about something interesting in itemization, just to kind of bring it back. I was kind of curious why he would go for a Bloodthirster, but the more that I think about it, the more that I actually really like this itemization. There's a Zed in the game, and he doesn't have a Janna. So by going Bloodthirster, he's actually building up kind of some superficial tankiness with the shield that the BT will allow him. So not only can he rid himself of the death mark, he then has an extra bit of health as well. Like, it works so well because it's with Udapong's style of being just that really aggressive AD carry.
He's going in, and hopefully the rest of his team is there to follow up.
Yeah, but it's a great answer and response to the fact that they have an assassin on the team. You know, getting some sort of defensive stat from an offensive item.
Yeah, I mean, you can always say, well, you know, he spent all that money on magic resistance when there's a Zed in the game, but he's going to be taking a lot of magic damage too. I think 4 out of 5 champions at least have some component to magic damage, and Udapon will be blocking a little bit of that, and of course the overshield pretty good as well. The problem though, as you can see right there, is that Seros is actually ridiculously behind. He's down 30 CS in his mid lane matchup. He's 0-3, and while he does have Zanya's Hourglass, he won't be anywhere near as much of a focal point of Focus Me's team comp. But now with Dragon back up, it's kind of, you know, cycling around. It's like, is there something going on? Yes, well, probably Dragon's up too. And this will actually be the 3rd Dragon we were talking about. Focus Me gave up number 3, but picked up this 4th Dragon of the game.
And that'll be fairly important to them. Again, they are very mobile, but...
Whoa, teleport coming in. That is completed. Moyashi, he's getting in there. Lantern over the wall from Kazu, trying to get him in, but oh my gosh, the kite backwards. Kazu will flay Awaker back away, but he's still going to catch Udapon. There in the backline, Seros very low, but Udapon's still kiting. He's still dishing out that damage. Same thing for Seros. Both AD carries just mental. A double kill there, and there's the death mark into the back. Won't actually deal all that much damage to Udapon, but he's still very, very low. Bonzin, though, out of the fight. He'll still get that kill on a Nanakane. The fight that just never stops, but in the end, it's a 3-for-1 with Rabbit 5 on top.
Big issue is the fact that A, Ari is so far behind, and B, Bonzen wasn't able to get in that fight until it was far too late. And with your mid laner that far behind and not being able to use the most out of your top laner, it just spelt disaster for Focus Me.
I like your alliteration there. A, Ari, B, Bonzen. Wonder what the C could be. Saros, yeah. I think that was actually your third point. Well played, Frosker. And Saros, like you said, very far behind and just completely ineffective in that fight. I think he landed a charm onto the front line, which isn't really much of a big deal. We'll actually get a chance to check this out in a quick instant replay. Teleport coming in, and it's completed. Moyashi's so tanky, and really Yutapon with no armor penetration to speak of, probably not going to pick up that kill. And just look at Saros this fight. He's sitting in the back anyway, turns around for a charm on a Moyashi, who's going to be in the front anyway, and just with one kill after another coming in. While they couldn't quite lock down Yutapon, a triple kill for Zeros is just going to slingshot him so much farther ahead.
The problem is that Kalista and Yutapon are going to thrive in an elongated, sustained team fights that allow Kalista to get out as many auto attacks as possible, to do as much damage as possible, but there's so much burst damage coming from Rabbit 5 that the team fights are over within seconds.
And while we talked about this game being kind of a battle of the AD carries, I want to say it's more of a battle of the mid laners. However, with a big shift up top lane, we'll see how this matchup works. Bonzen wants to catch on to Moyashi, but he's got that righteous glory. He will righteously glorify himself on out of that lane.
See where they go from here. And if Rabbit 5 are able to maintain this pressure.
Well, it's been Focus Me that have kind of pressured that top lane turret and then just given it up. But mid lane's bottom lane, the split push is really what's killing Focus Me right now. Estelle, takes turret aggro, but here's Zeros. Will he be able to win this 1v1? Zeros has some damage, but look at that sustain. He's gonna pick up the 1v1, the shutdown. Finally, a kill on the board, but it's a Waker that might actually also be in a little bit of trouble. He's got Nanakane there, but is he tanky enough? And the answer is no. Asteror getting that jungle one-on-one. The death sentence! What was that flash? He's got Yutapon right behind him, too. They're chasing out Estelle. He's running away, but gonna get that slow from their end. Is it enough? Deathmark on immediately. QS Test. A shutdown. 2 kills out of nowhere for Saros, and the fight just doesn't stop. Or does it? Okay, they're gonna leave Nanakane alone. But man, what a fight for Focus Me.
That was worst case scenario for Rabbit 5 right there. It's only 2 kills, but it could not have been timed worse or more inappropriate to its location as Focus Me now turn onto this Baron. And remember, the Baron's secure potential with Kalista is massive.
I'm still trying to get that Kazu flash hook onto Estelle out of my brain. Like, holy, that just almost single-handedly turned the fight around. And while we do have Baron going down right now, it should be fairly uncontested. And there you go, 33-minute Baron there for Detonation Focus Me.
And that's a complete swing of power. Again, the thing that's not being recorded on this gold score is these dragon stats, and we saw the mobility of the 3rd dragon buff coming in handy right there, as Focus Me were able to out-rotate and to collapse on Rabbit 5, being just slightly out of position, immediately turn the direction of this game.
Wow, and with things like a Last Whisper now completed for Yutapon, and finally a Void Staff, all that tankiness that Rabbit 5 have been leveraging in these team fights is just gonna disappear. And while Saros went 0-4 up until that last fight, he grabbed 2 kills, a big item, and now he's almost right back in that game. He was able to pick up a 1v1 versus Zeros, who is actually, one of the strongest members on the team for Rabbit 5, and he's really starting to come back into this after, a somewhat lackluster early game.
And the thing that we didn't point out, yeah, Ari was, kept down for a majority of the game, finally starting to get her foot back in it, especially with the shutdown bonus that she got on those 2 kills. But her purpose and her role that she plays in this team has never been diminished due to her gold. She's still kind of that pick CC-oriented bot. Now she's just doing damage on top of it.
A little bit of a low damage composition for Rabbit 5. They got Tank, Nami, and Ezreal Zed. So if you can lock down
Nami
one of
can't
those,
carry?
I mean, I'm not that Doa style of bloodthirsty support. And while Bubbles are gonna be the difference, I don't know. I saw that hook from Kazu, and that looks like carry potential to me.
I'm sure Nanakane can bring it back. Has the Mercurial's Crucible up and ready. So Zerost getting pretty fed. See if that item maybe changes things around for him.
That's going to be a big item for mitigating, like you said, the catch potential from Saros, and maybe a stun from Asteror, any of the catch potential. It's a good first item to have, but on the other side you can see Kazu. He's like, well, I could save my 80 carry, but Yutapon actually bought the QSS himself, so that frees Kazu up to maybe pick up another item, like Face of the Mountain, like, he actually already has a Ruby Sightstone too, both of them do. Kind of interesting to see such an early Ruby Sightstone upgrade, where most supports just leave it at the initial Sightstone.
There is a Fed Zed on the other team, so just picking up the free stats as far as health will be a little bit better in keeping him alive and making him tanky. So not that awful, as well as they move around the map, which if you think about it, Focus Me have been doing a great job of kind of collapsing down on Rabbit 5 and shifting through their jungle. He's able to drop more wards around him as they move across. So instead of, setting up vision camps and kind of completing objectives around there, it's more about as the team moves across the map, making sure that their flanks are warded so they can get these elongated, sustained fights through the jungle.
And casually strolling through the Dragon Pit for Dragon number 4 of the game. That's the second Dragon in a row, and I mean, if you count the first 2 as well, Focus Me are picking up surprisingly easy objectives. They won a team fight and got an easy Baron. They've been picking up almost uncontested Dragons, with the exception of that third Dragon of the game. And that just shows, like, so many times I'll see teams who are behind go to contest Dragon when they could, be doing something else there on the map. Focus Me, they just gave it up, and they came back and then picked up the next few Dragons. So good reaction on them to kind of know exactly what to do.
And it's really been the calling card and kind of the ammo of what's kept Focus Me on top for so long, or been regarded as, the best team in Japan for so long. It's their objective focus and their ability to prioritize rotations over some of their other counterparts in the LJL. Yeah, they didn't necessarily translate their Baron into the most effective use. It did effectively put a pause on this game and allow them to catch their breath from Rabbit 5 trying to ramp things up. But by taking the 4th Dragon, they now have so much more siege potential and ability to do damage to these towers. So kind of traded their Baron buff for a mini Baron buff, and we'll see if this continues when they pick up the 5th Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon 5 will be... I don't think Rabbit 5 are going to be quite as willing to give that one up. Certainly matters a lot more than that 4th Dragon. And so maybe kind of the shoe on the other foot. Rabbit 5... Or Focus Me gave up Dragon number 2. Rabbit 5 gave up Dragon number 4. But yeah, Dragon 5 is a big, big deal. Interesting to see Focus Me not actually going for that much pushing in their lanes with the Baron buff. You think there's any reasoning behind that? Because usually, you use that to push.
They don't have a ton of siege pressure, and they still have to be very cautious of Rabbit 5 and their hard engage, so I think they're just really respecting their opponent until they really catch up.
Awaker's a big man in the front line, but here comes Maokai going in onto Asuror, and he's down, turret down along with him, and now Bonzin kind of got a message the rest of the team didn't pick up. He's very tanky. Will he have Meganar in time? He's bouncing out of the fight. He's gonna get back in there. A huge Meganar against the wall. Dive in the back line. Yutapon still alive. That Deathmark will not be effective, and here comes Saros. Detonation Rabbit 5 just falling one after another with Yutapon on top, unstoppable.
And this is the problem. Obviously, the start of that fight was going to go to Bonds, and Yutapon did his job, stayed in the fight, did the sustained damage. But this is what we were talking about. If Rabbit 5 can't end these fights instantly and just pop Yutapon like a balloon, the sustained damage that Callista's going to put out will rule the day. You have tons of CC in front of him, not only from Saros' Charm, but the Death Sentence from Kazu, and then that huge Gnar ultimate from Bonzin. You cannot just let him sit there and pick away at you.
And man, 11-10, a very close score, but sometimes the small numbers are the big numbers. While there are less turret kills between the two teams, it's about the ones that matter, and that is going to be the first base turret, first inhibitor of the game, going to Focus Me at 39 minutes. Wow. I look at the scores. This kind of tells the tale of a lot of Focus Me games. Like, you see that big 0 in Yutapon's column, completely uncontested, early QSS paying off, lifesteal for days, and what more can you say about Focus Me at this point?
It just contests to their big brother veteran status. They've been a team longer, they've been on top longer, and they really know how to work together as a team when it counts in these late game 5v5 situations.
Now we're going to get a little bit of a longer replay as the siege of this turret starts for Rabbit 5. They start clicking on the turret. They'll actually take the turret down, but what happens after Asuror dies is really what's key. We're actually going to skip that, go right back to the live feed as Asuror is trying to get in onto something, just can't quite find a catch. Saros a little bit too far forward. He's going to ult out of that fight. And actually a lot of ultimates used on that disengage. The flash, the hook on Bonzen. He's about to hit Meganar, so he should be okay. But gotta look at the back line there. It's Yutapon kiting backwards, trying to stay alive here. Oh my gosh, to pull in Maokai in! Moyashi gets a free trip onto the back line. There's the QSS from Yutapon, trying to kite away. Estelle right on top of him, but can't find the damage. Yutapon is safe and sound in the back of the fight, but Asteror will actually go down. The rest of his team, they're not going to stay alive much longer. Turn around, uses that Fate's Call to throw his support on in, but Gnar backwards onto Moyashi underneath the turret might help take down that super tanky Maokai. Kazu's still alive, but the rest of his team's left him. Seros very low here as well, but they got the carries they came for. Rabbit 5 taking out Yutapon, putting a 1 in his death column.
And unfortunately, it doesn't translate into anything, though. That's the problem. Rabbit 5 didn't have wave management, didn't have any objective that they were fighting over. And despite the fact that they finally got into their goal, they managed to get back to Yutapon and crush him, they aren't able to translate it into anything. They didn't get a tower, they didn't get an inhibitor, they didn't get a dragon, and they didn't get a Baron. Speaking of Baron, it's about to go live, and Detonation Focus Me have the advantage in positioning.
That's right. A lot of times you refer to like passive games as, you know, playing Farmville, but I don't think Rabbit 5 really planted their field of rotatos quite as well as they would have liked to. So they run up the mid lane, they win a team fight, and then they go back to base. So still looking for a big objective to solidify that team fight win. It doesn't get much evener, much more even than this. 12-12, and while there's a dragon difference, the gold count is actually fairly similar here at 41 minutes into the game. You got very similar scores for 80 carries as far as kills, mid lane, very similar scores as well, and I don't know what to say. I am so excited for this. This is just game 1. There's a potential 4 more games after this.
I imagine that dragon will be the next big point of contention.
Or will it? Looking like, oh, go in the distance. Estelle trying to run all the way up there, but the rest of the team going in. There's Righteous Glory, and not sure how that Fate's Call works, but he's going to throw Kazu back out to the Wolves. Super tanks there in Awaker and Moyashi. We'll see if Seros and Yutapon can't chunk him down. Moyashi pretty low there in the back of the fight. He is going to get shut down there by Yutapon. Kazu very, very low. Yutapon will go out there. There's actually a death mark onto Seros, who will hit that Zonya's Hourglass, but can they continue this dive into the back line? Looks like the tank line won't survive here for Detonation Focus Me. They'll be forced back away. True Shot Barrage catches Bonzin. Zeros with the kill, and now, oh, Yutapon. He's the only one left alive. Yutapon versus the world. How much of a carry is this 80 carry? He's gonna find 1 kill. Awaker still kiting backwards. Zed very low and still trying to come in. Is it gonna be enough there? Awaker, he's kiting backwards. Yutapon versus 4 champions, and he pushes them all away.
They disengage. They don't want none of this. This guy's nuts. Back away.
What
Wow.
the hell? Yutapon, he's literally
Oh,
the
he wants
only...
more.
He's going back into 4... What a guy, man. He recognizes he's got the kills, the team on his back. He's got the damage to do it with.
He's
Can he
nuts.
turn this dragon around?
Nuts.
He's going to go back in here. There's Yomu's Ghostblade used. A flash into that dragon pit. He's got 3 champions cornered in the dragon pit. How does he do it? He's kiting away from Awaker, trying to make these right decisions, but can he get out of there in time? He's going to flash. The death mark coming back up instantly. QSS. He's going to find 1 kill. Can he find a second one? Estelle cuts him down.
He doesn't even have Hurricane. That's what's crazy about this. He didn't even build the attack speed on Callista to add to her mobility, because obviously her mobility and her passive is tied directly to how quickly she can get the auto attack animation off, and he's able to kite like that. He's confident enough to be that far forward in these team fights. This guy is insane. Literally insane.
Corrals the rest of Rabbit 5 at that dragon, and while sure, he might have died in that act and given away a dragon, his team is getting Baron. We're going to get a replay of this fight, and this is actually the first team engage from which Yutapon survives. He actually disjoints the Maokai Twisted Advance right when he goes into the fight, and then throws his support back in. Yutapon's fine. He's safe in the back line, but you can see the difference between the tank lines here, with Bonzin, Kazu, and Asteror just not able to stand up quite as long as Rabbit 5. The problem is that when it actually comes to damage afterwards, Yutapon's still alive, and the rest of Rabbit 5 really don't have quite as much damage, especially once Yutapon kills off Zerost, which would happen shortly after that replay ended.
Rabbit 5 are also very heavy on their physical damage since they took a tank top laner, who has the magic damage. So it's your two 80 carries and it's your two 80 champions Zed and Ezreal. So they don't have an AP mid laner. That said, the second Baron will fall to Focus Me. We'll see if they're able to do a little bit more with it, or if it's just going to be another pause button, another breather to allow them to catch up to the gold disparity that Rapid 5 keeps building off of these team fights. But the answer again, Rapid 5, even though they get these successful fights, they're not able to translate it into something that matters.
I don't know if you want to take over play-by-play, but I could definitely use a breather after all of that craziness. In fact, if I could just remove Utapon from my game, I would have so much of an easier time doing play-by-play. I'd be like, and then they siege the turret, and they take the objective. But no, he's got to make it exciting. Rand!
He's got a Randu and Zomin.
This is a guy who's prioritized a Quicksilver Sash is his second item.
His kite. Oh my god, that's genius. Okay, so instead of going for like a GA, because obviously it's a very physical, heavy damage team as far as the damage threats, not only does the Random with Zomin make him tankier and allow him to survive, but the passive on it also helps him kite.
Yeah, it's a 10% slow. You got the active to it too. Awaker walking forward. There's a red buff on Utapon too, so that's really going to help him kill off these tanks. Awaker getting hooked there in the front line. Here's the engage from Maokai. True Shot Barrage will hit the back line, but it actually isn't all that effective. Now Kazu is going to die. Nope, just kidding. Gets pulled in, gets thrown out. He's still alive there in the back line, but now finally Maokai will fall. Utapon's going to get that death mark, immediate QSS, and Estelle just can't find out which way's up. He's going to go down here. They're going to chase in onto him. The red buff ticking down. Can they find him? Crushing him down with a boulder. Bonzin coming up big, and 4 for 1 exchange. Focus Me win the fight.
And will win the game off of this, and the story of it has been Utapon. This guy is insanely creative in his build path, insanely just insane in
Insanely
general.
insane. He's got it all, man. And finally, the final kill, the ace in the base, and it going down. Who better to pick it up than Utapon, who finishes game 1 with a 9-2-7 score. 20-18, the final score, and victory for Detonation Focus Me over Rabbit 5.
A Randu and Zomin Rapid.
It
makes perfect sense when you think about it in just this bizarre, twisted way. He's so creative in his build paths. He takes the time to explain them. It shows how he thinks about the game, what he prioritizes. He definitely has a very certain flavor and a big style to him, and it really reflects in Focus Me's dominance.
You can see the confused look on Rebel's face. He's like gonna be the analyst, and he's thinking this through, and he's just like, what did this guy do to my 80 carry build path? And let the record show. Froskerin did in fact say that a Randuin's Omen on an 80 carry made perfect sense.
It made perfect sense in context of Callista. He didn't build the attack speed, so he needed a different way to kite. We talked about how he was clever in building the Bloodthirster second item because it gave him almost a pseudo Janna shield to counter the Zed, how he rushed the QSS to make sure that the death mark wouldn't pop him. He recognized who was going to take him down on the team. The Randuin's Omen gave him even more security there, and then with the passive allowed him to kite to make up for the fact that he didn't build Hurricane. It's twisted, it's weird, it totally worked.
It's LJL, and honestly, for a lot of the new people, new viewers watching LJL, this is what you can expect. It doesn't get crazier than this. These are the grand finals. It's all come down to this, and neither team is leaving anything on the board. Or is it that they're all putting everything out on the board? I'm not sure exactly how that analogy goes. But after game number 1, we all know that there's some crazy stuff in store. And I think we are actually going to go over to some introductions on stage, if I am not mistaken. So coming up, we'll actually get an introduction to a few of the sponsors. So I think we're actually going to turn things over to the DJs on stage, or the MCs, as the case may be. Quick update for the announcements, and I think I might have a couple of them coming up. It looks like we're gonna have an introduction for sponsors, a little bit more, and game number 2, of course, coming up after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LJL Grand Finals. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Ryan Crosscur and more. And we are getting into here to game number 2 coming up. But first, a little bit of a look back at game 1. My entire analysis of that is just me sitting here with my mouth open because, geez, what a game 1.
Effectively, it broke down like this. Rabbit 5 took control of the early game. They were snowballing objectives. They made plays. Estelle on that Zed was getting his foot off the ground, starting to get a snowball going, but lo and behold, Focus Me got Yutapong in the game with an early 4-0, and things just spiraled really quickly out of control. The issue was that Rabbit 5, whenever they got an advantage or they won a team fight in the mid and late game, they never were able to commit on anything. It never translated into a broken inhibitor or a Baron or anything. Back-to-back Baron secure and a 4th Dragon secure for Focus Me, as well as some crazy play from Yutapong, led them to victory and secured the first game for Focus Me.
And you can see the giant crowd there gathered at Belisal in Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. So if for some reason you are in Japan and are not at this event, then what are you doing? Get on down there. There's free Monster Energy. You can even actually, I believe there are still spots left at a super cool after party after this event. So not sure about that, but you can still get into this one. And as far as Japanese League of Legends LAN goes, I'm just going to go on record and say this is the biggest. And honestly, League in Japan has come such a long way. Started out with a packed 200-person auditorium at Esports Square at the beginning of the season, and now here we are at a giant event center in Akihabara with over 1,000 people in the audience watching these two guys, Eyes and Rebel, cast League of Legends.
And the players are there on LAN. This venue looks fantastic. The studio is amazing. I'm loving the music choice. And like you said, League of Legends in Japan has really exploded, not only in the talent, but in the support of the community. And a lot of that is in thanks to this guy in front of you, Eyes, the caster on the left there.
And there you go. Yeah, Eyes, a big I guess, pillar of the League of Legends community in Japan. He's been their voice, and now we are yours. Getting into game number 2 between Detonation Focus Me and Detonation Rabbit 5. They'll be swapping sides. Let's go ahead and get into picks and bans for game 2.
Now remember, this is a game 2 of a best of 5. If we do manage to make it to that 5th game, which it's so far been a very explosive series to start, it will not be blind pick, it will be stranded draft phase. And this is what I expected to see. Callista. Yutapong will never find that champion again.
I expected the Callista ban in game 1 because I made that same statement like earlier on in LJL that Yutapong wouldn't get Callista. He has, and he's won a lot with it. And of course, maybe a Nidalee ban, or maybe an Ezreal ban Chu here versus Zerost, given that 80 carries very strong points for both sides. But Maokai and Sion both banned might put some pressure on Moriyashi since he does traditionally favor those tanky tops.
We'll see. The Gnar is still available. Gnar is still alive and well in LJL. They really favor that, although right now, Morgana actually being hovered and instantly locked in. We'll see if that remains in the top lane, goes in the mid lane, or if Nanakane finds his hands on that.
It has traditionally been his support champion of choice, but like you said, is very versatile. Still curious as to what Moriyashi is going to run. And with Ezreal on the table, I have to think that Focus Me are going to go for that. Because if not, what do they expect Yutapong to carry on?
We'll see what they take their time with here. And if they decide to show their hand a little bit early, or maybe take some flex picks.
Now, at least over the course of the last 2 games that these teams have played against each other, Hecarim has also been a very highly contested champion. In fact, it's what Moriyashi played versus Bonzin's Gnar to actually pretty decent effect in the second game that they played this season. And we've seen a lot of bans on Lissandra too, which has been a big pick for both mid laners. Could definitely be something that we see coming out here.
And with all the tank junglers in the new meta, remember this is patch 5.5, it looks like Astor is going to pick up his Jarvan. Jarvan did receive some of the nerfs, doesn't get as much out of the tank meta as someone like Sejuani, but definitely a comfort pick right there. And in the mid lane, Saros picking up LeBlanc, a big powerhouse champion, especially on the newest patch.
Ooh, Jarvan the 4th, the highest win rate champion in LJL, has 11, or at least the champion with the most wins. He has 11 wins overall, and I think the win rate for Jarvan is, it's not 100%, so it's not the highest, but out of champions that do see a lot of play, it's right there up there. The big thing for me that I'm looking for here is going to be the 1v1s mid. We saw Saros with a very shaky early game, 0-4 in the lane phase versus Estelle, but now he's on LeBlanc, and Estelle is forced onto that RA pick.
Yeah, and traditionally LeBlanc is considered the counter to Ahri, so Estelle locking in the Ahri, already seeing LeBlanc, obviously very comfortable with the matchup, but that is Seros that's going to be taking that champion, so we'll see if he's able to find his confidence, his morale, and to carry this one through, because that's a pretty risky lock-in. That said, Lee Sin also being picked up, traditionally kind of the answer when Jarvan was locked in, when those two champions were the rise of power in the jungle initially.
Now, a couple of other things to talk about. Udapon is hovering Ashe. We said he's the craziest AD carry, but I don't know about that. And if he goes for Varus too there, I'd be a little bit surprised. He's going to need a lot of mobility because there will be options for Rabbit 5 to get in onto the back line. If you pick like a frontline only kind of team for Rabbit 5, they're never going to catch him. And speaking of never catching him, he might just be super fast with a Sivir lock-in. But man, he's switching through all the AD carries. I don't know what to say about that.
I think Severe would probably be the safest for him, especially because it also deny a lot of the pick potential with her spell shield against that Ahri that Estelle is going to be wielding in the mid lane. That said, Thresh also being hovered there for Kazu will be locked in. It is a comfort champion for him.
And there we go. We're going to get Kazu's Thresh making those Mad Life hooks in game number 1. It was kind of like a highlight reel for him. So excited to see that combo back there. It's Sivir this time. What's Zero's going to go for? Ezreal up. But is that the pick he wants?
The problem with taking an Ezreal or a Graves or a Lucian or even a Corki into Severe is that she works so well as a counter. She's not going to kill them necessarily, especially not Graves if he chooses to lock this in due to the passive, but a lot of the damage is negated from her spell shield. You can pretty much half Graves damage because she can absorb either the buckshot or the collateral damage. Same thing with Lucian and Corki. They're AD casters, and one of their big spells, especially something on like a Sheen proc for Corki, immediately disappears.
And it does look like it is going to be the Graves. The big mystery, though, is the top lane pick for Bonzen. It's kind of interesting to me to see Focus Me saving that pick for last, whereas they've previously shown a complete willingness to pick that top lane pick very early and then save the last pick for Seros. So swapping things around, a different focus here for Focus Me. They know what they're going up against. What is that top lane counter pick that they'll be running into Moyashi's Gnar?
I'm actually really curious. It could be something from the Rumble. We've got the Aurelia. I would love to see a Heimerdinger, but...
No, yeah, unfortunately, no Heimerdingers in my games, please and thank you. This is where Udapon plays Heimer 80 carry and just makes me, pass out in my chair. I don't know what's going on here, but last pick, it should be something sort of like able to deal with tanks. The big pick for top lane has been, oh no, he's been practicing Fizz, and you actually mentioned that to me. It's going to be a lock-in on Bonzen's Fizz. I don't think that's going mid. So yeah, Fizz for Bonzen versus Moyashi's Gnar.
Okay, so here's the thing. We talked about it before. We were talking about it. We were comparing notes before the games that Bonzen has been practicing a lot of Fizz in solo queue. It's particularly AD Fizz. He shows that he builds the Blade of the Rune King, has the Sheen in there. So you're going for the tank shred and the percentile health shred.
Now, traditionally, you'd pick this versus, at least when it's been happening in North American LCS, it's primarily picked into tanks like Maokai, or maybe even like a Dr. Mundo. And I believe they did take the Grievous Wounds off of Fizz, if I'm correct. So, I'm not sure if he limits health that way, but he is still a great way of chunking through tanks.
See how this is able to pay off, especially against Gnar. Gnar will have the range advantage, so it's pretty much a skill matchup and how comfortable Bonzen is going to be able to ramp up his experience on this Fizz into this matchup.
Bonzen comes into this game as the highest KDA in LJL, and there's a reason for it. If he doesn't pick up those kills in lane, he picks them up in team fights. But let's go over the starting lineups for both teams here in game number 2 in the top lane. Starting things out, it's Moyashi versus Bonzen. Gnar versus a Fizz pick. Highest KDA, we'll see if he can increase it. As we get into our jungle matchup. For Detonation Rabbit 5, it's Awaker. He'll be running his Lee Sin, now on a much different server, versus Jarvan the 4th. In the mid lane, that matchup didn't go Focus Me's way. Seros taking that LeBlanc versus Estelle's Ahri.
Big thing we forgot to talk about is Awaker's comfort pick on the Lee Sin. It's a big signature champion, but speaking of signature, it's going to be our AD carry, Zeros versus Udapon in the bot lane, Graves versus Severe.
And of course, there to support them right alongside the strong man, Otoki Naakane Asanuma. He'll be going up against Kazu. Gotta throw that XD in there. It's Morgana versus Thresh. See if Kazu can continue to dominate on that Thresh as we get in to game number 2. Or not.
Looks like immediately to a pause. And the thing that I always love to throw out is Kazu is the analyst for Focus Me. We've talked about this before, and it was very apparent in the last game. What separates Focus Me and what kind of has been putting them ahead of the rest of the LJL pack is their attention to detail in maximizing the efficiency on the leads that they get, making sure that they have the correct rotations, that they're identifying objectives that are possible for them to take, that nothing ever goes unpunished. They're always trading something, whether it be a kill or an objective. It really shows in their preparation and having a voice and a mind like him on the field with them.
And when you talk about the preparation that goes into games like this, these teams are sister teams. And one of the ways that they actually prepare the most is versus each other. Having each other, they live in the same gaming house, which is actually one of the big firsts for Japan. Not very many teams in Japan actually have gaming houses. Rascal Jester, a team with a gaming office, but Detonation Rabbit 5 have a gaming house. They both Rabbit 5 and Focus Me live there. They practice against each other, but in preparation for this grand final, they haven't actually been able to do that because they're playing against each other. So they've had to look elsewhere for their preparation. And it's interesting to see, both teams preparing separately now for, one of the first times how it's shaping up.
And obviously, we can see that they've certainly influenced each other as they've been able to maintain the top of the standings together along with 7th Heaven for the majority of the 10-week season. But looks like we're back into game, back on the Rift.
Level 1 coming in LJL Grand Final match number 2. Rabbit 5, they're on the left-hand side of your screen. They'll be in the blue, facing off against their sister team. Kind of the big brother, the final boss of Japanese League of Legends, Focus Me, up there on the red. Some attempted ward clear there by Yutapon. Doesn't actually get taken down. I don't think he's quite fast enough. Actually, with the auto attack reset on Ricochet, can you kill a ward level 1 on Sivir?
I don't know if her attack speed is actually quick enough, but you are correct. It is an auto reset if you time the Ricochet.
Well, there's only 2 points of damage done to that ward, so I'm going to guess the answer is actually no. But Yutapon Sivir. Now, I don't think we've actually seen Yutapon play Sivir all that much this season, and in fact, if I am correct, Sivir actually has a let's see, 2 wins or 2 bans, 9 picks actually, so a popular AD carry. Difference comes when you look at the kills and deaths. It has 1 win on Sivir in the entire LJL with 8 losses.
Did Yutapon play it?
Did Yutapon play it? No, it was not.
That's pretty unfortunate and kind of surprising, actually, when you think about the meta of LJL. I kind of compared it to old school China a little bit in that they like to fight a lot, and so Severe obviously really powerful because she gives so much power to teams to fight and smash their faces together.
Speaking of smashing faces together, that's what I want to see from this bottom lane. Already some early aggression, although it does look like Kazu making a lot of that. Man, neither one of these duo lanes willing to back off of each other. Just some non-stop aggression. Of course, we got to look towards that mid lane. Passive already popped those mirror images on Seros, with the Stel consistently coming out on top.
I want to bring it back a little bit to this bot lane and kind of point something out that I find really interesting. Okay, so level 1, notice how Yutapon is standing on Nanakane's side as opposed to Xeros' side. Level 1, Severe cannot trade with Graves because she doesn't have her spell shield available to her. She's going to take her W first. It's going to allow her to get control of the wave to secure the fact that she can get the level 2 first by pushing the minion wave. Now remember, it's 9 creeps to level 2. As soon as Severe has her spell shield, she's able to play the side of the lane that Xeros is off and to match up against that Graves because she can absorb his buckshot damage. It's really smart from Yutapon and Takazu to stack that way to make sure they maximize their efficiency in this lane, and it's paying off as they're able to bully Rabbit 5's bot lane backwards.
All right, Awaker's here. He's waiting, but Astror's on his way. Now, Astror's down to half HP, and that's actually a big deal. But Awaker actually does not have his blue buff, so it's double buff versus single buff, and will we see the smite away there? Oh, he's actually going to hit the Q onto Astror. He is out of there. Nice knock-up to prevent the follow from that resonating strike. But yeah, jungler, as far as that works out, Awaker actually with a big advantage now. He stops the takedown of the crab, gets it for himself, and pushes Astror back into his jungle.
He definitely knew he had the advantage there because Jarvan was so low health. Just waited for the crab to move aside so he can connect on that sonic wave and bully him out, take a free 50 gold.
Sonic Wave, and probably looking for, blue buff now, so he'll go back in the jungle. Traditionally, the reason that you don't gank early, but whoa, speaking of action, I wasn't speaking of action, but mid lane, forcing the flash out of Seros. Estelle really keeping that pressure up, and Seros just can't handle it.
And it's pretty curious too, because this is the matchup that LeBlanc really thrives in. Of course, waiting for her levels to give her that level 4 power spike as well as the level 6 power spike. So we'll see if it will swing back to LeBlanc here, or if Estelle's going to continue to be the bully in this lane.
Swinging up top is now Awaker. Now, when Focus Me get a kill early game, and they have picked up first blood every single time that they've played Rabbit 5, when they get kills early, it's because of the jungle pressure. So if you want to look for where kills are, just follow Astroror around on the map. He is the Focus Me Jarvan player, and he's now back in his jungle. Awaker has actually kind of taken the lead as far as this early game's concerned, but hasn't really been able to do much with it. And there's that spell shield of the buckshot you were talking about.
And look, he's playing on Graves' side now that he has all of his abilities available.
It's like they could hear you and they're like, oh, Frostkern's this. So, well, there you go.
No, it's just really smart. Bot lane, everyone thinks about mid lane and top lane. It's divided down the center, you know, going past river, being overextended. But bot lane's so unique because there's 2 people in the lane, which sounds fairly obvious, but you have to think the lane is divided horizontally, and you have 2 mini lanes. It's like laneception, and you can actually mess up matchups that you should be able to win if people aren't standing on the correct side and standing across from the champion that they can effectively trade with.
That's actually really interesting. I hadn't thought about it as 2 tiny lanes, but it's actually currently 1 big lane with 2 champions and a tiny one with only Utapod, as Kazu is kind of living his inner bard and roaming around the map. No chimes for himself, but they will find each other. Oh, pink ward there. Oh, drops the standard on the wrong side, but Black Shield still would have blocked that. Clearing out that pink ward, so no benefit off of that 100 gold for Rabbit 5.
Did not want to risk overstepping on the flag and drag and maybe get bound under tower and take a free shot. Just kind of scary, and picks up the pink ward, so I guess more gain than loss, and now looking at this dragon.
Yeah, usually a big fan of free shots, but not when they belong to turrets. So not going to go in there. But early dragon, we actually saw this same attempt stopped for Astroror in game number 1 when he was trying it on Udyr. But this time around, oh, just in time for the steal. Might just be in there and get it. No! Not going to land that safeguard back out, so no harm, no foul. But the first dragon goes to Focus Me.
Oh, nice spell shield reaction from Utapong.
Wait,
but good sidestep from Nanakane.
Zeus just went back to base. He was out of there. He's like, peace.
Good luck, bro.
He's like, you're my support. I'm not yours. So I'm heading back to base. Picks up a first item Brutalizer on Graves. Didn't have the gold for a BF sword, but what do you think about Brutalizer first?
It tells me that he's looking for an early mid-game power spike, going for the Ghost Blade. Now, Ghost Blade does work fairly well on Graves. It's not that uncommon.
Oh, Waker going through is going to hit Seros. Sonic Wave lands. A distortion back just deletes all pressure from that mid lane. It keeps Estelle in control.
Yeah, and actually pretty surprised to see Estelle walking away with this matchup. Again, it typically favors LeBlanc. That said, whenever you pick Ahri, it's always going to be a skill-based matchup, but doing a great job, especially staring down Seros.
Yeah, in the situation in the top lane, we haven't really talked about that. And usually, it's not like I ignore top lane, but it's kind of, you know, super tank versus super tank. And as exciting as that is, now it's a Fizz. And it's not a Trinity Force rush either. It's going for that Blade of the Ruined King, which is consistent with Bonzin's, you know, current Fizz practice.
It'll also make him really safe in that elongated lane, just because the Bilgewater Cutlass and the Bork will allow him the safety of Kite against Gnar to make sure that even if he does hit that boomerang, he's not able to just walk him down.
Morgana was waiting up there in top lane, but not even with mobility boost. She's getting around the map, or mid lane, that's what I meant to say. Binding, wow, on a diet, dodging that one. Thin as ever. Exhaust onto Astroror, though. Will they pick up Seros? Yep, that's first blood. Goes to Nanakane, and Estelle to follow up after that. 1-1 the score there in the mid lane as Astroror comes in and is consistent with helping get the first kill of the game for his team.
Flashes forward, did not use the Ahri ultimate due to mana issues, but make sure that with that flash, it guarantees that the W is going to proc immediately on the closest target, which was that LeBlanc, allowing Estelle to pick up the kill there. Excuse me, I guess the assist.
Yeah, mid lane definitely has a LeBlanc space, and writing Sarah's name in there with the first death of the game. First blood doesn't actually go over to Ahri, it's on Nanakane, so getting that early roam down. Neither support really sticking to that bottom lane early, so a lot of roam. Bard is playable, but I still have yet to see that out there. Currently the roam from things like Thresh and Morgana, somewhat more impactful.
If you're gonna make a Taylor Swift reference, you might as well sing it.
I'm not. No. There are things that League of Legends needs to grow as and my singing is not actually on the list. Although, were Taylor Swift to become a League of Legends shoutcaster, I have a feeling could go pretty well. I can just see her casting fights, but her directors or songwriters give her the lines to the team fight ahead of time, and then she just sings through it. Now, that I would pay for an album of.
It would just be revenge, date revenge, all over again. That's
she make relationship analogies of team fights in League of Legends.
Exactly, and it works so perfectly because you have the ultimate betrayal between the two sister teams.
Ugh. I'm gonna stay away from that and First Blood analogies. We're just gonna move on to League of Legends so that for once I know what I'm talking about. Just kidding, but I'm still gonna talk about it anyway. So duo lanes back down bottom, both supports, they're done roaming. Time to put that pressure on. Kazuya and Yutapon, they're walking forward, and Death Sentence on Nanakane, not effective. Max range under turret.
Yeah, Yutapon decided he didn't want to follow up with the severe boomerang right there, but certainly making his presence felt in this lane. We're gonna see if he's able to snowball ahead and find the same carry potential on a severe, the more utility-based AD carry as opposed to that hard carry Kalista that he had previously.
Yeah, and that's what's a big difference for Yutapon is do you change your playstyle to play more team-based? Whoa, Zeros over the... Oh, man, that was close. Awaker not going to hit it. Zeros will get Death Sentence, but he's just going to shake it off.
All game? All game?
I mean, there are only two I was going to say Twisted Fate songs, Taylor Swift songs.
Man, when I got this job, I knew you were going to be trouble.
The moment I walked in, yeah, you got me. Damn it, now I have to listen to them too. So engage there on to Moyashi. Fish will actually, whoa, he picked it up off the ground. He's hungry and he's looking for it, but won't actually go down. I did not know it worked that way, but yeah, he picked the fish up. I don't think that actually applied the Naka, or the debuff, though.
I mean, it falls on a flat ground, or I guess in a zone, and if you walk into it, yeah, it'll stick to you. It's like a, what do they call them? The sticky grenades in Halo?
Yeah, I love those things. You just stack them up, and you're like, what is this? Oh.
I took out way too many of my teammates.
Yeah, and then if anybody's ever watched Red versus Blue, you know all about the sticky grenade shenanigans. But it's good. Mid lane, at least Zero's attempting to come back in there. He's still playing it aggressively, and he's staying up in CS. But a big discrepancy off of that early gank pressure. It helped Estelle get that Negatron cloak, and as a LeBlanc, when you look at a Negatron cloak, it's kind of like, you know, the pet owner that feeds their pet, but then maybe the dog does something bad, so you set it in the cage and it just has to look out at the food. You can't get to it. It's like, damn it, that's it's not gonna go. Wait, Awaker just gave away the big raptor, so feeling
generous. He was just helping him out, just setting it up for him. Speaking of discrepancies, though, although we. Ooh.
Whoa, flash in and flash out, and everybody's flashing. It's I'm not sure who's gonna get out of this, but maybe not Awaker. Kazu's coming up. Does he have the death sentence? Yes, he does. And coming in, it's Saros, putting himself on the board. 1-1-1.
He bent that like Beckham. Talking about going on a diet, Lisa needs to take off a few pounds because that was on the very tip of that hitbox right there, but good collapse from Kazu to help his team pick that up.
I'd say that was definitely more of like an Angelina Jolie bend, just kind of curving the binding or the hook around the wall.
Like a Wanted?
Yeah, well,
okay, I'm following. I'm trying to keep up with the pop culture references.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Estelle, this time the recipient of not one, but 2 ganks in the mid lane. But wait, what? Is he really good?
Oh, he has like 2 HP.
Are you kidding me? Double bounce on in. Whoa, Sarhouse with the last little bit of his mana and HP. Kind of mans up and walks in on top of Estelle. That's 2 kills in a row.
And immediately the shift of power in the mid lane. Going back to this LeBlanc.
How the mighty have fallen. It's kind of like a shortened version of game 1 where Saros went 0-4 in the mid game, but once team fights started happening, he went like 4-4 off of that, so kind of interesting there. Whoa, fish gonna land, chum the waters onto Moyashi, and let's actually disengage. Bonzen is not staying ahead like he would have wanted to, but does have a Bork when he goes back to base.
Has to be very careful to get that close to Gnar. Was able to, I like to call it the stripper pole.
I always called it like the troll pole.
Troll pole?
But I suppose that would depend on what you're into. I, big fan of trolling. You, a big fan of, I guess, fizz names.
That was good. I'll 10 out of 10 for delivery.
Hey, I'm not saying that I'm not willing to maybe make a little bit of a compromise and adopt that naming convention for myself. I don't know. I remember there was that Katarina skin that did that for a while, but actually never made it out of beta because apparently.
I thought that was the Christmas skin of Katarina.
Yeah, it was. It was the candy cane
dance.
It was. Now I myself a big fan of doing scandalous dances, but mine don't make it out of beta either. So Astror gonna go down. Big Dark Binding. He's gonna lock up Kazu and Rabbit 5 all over that team fight. But here comes Unipod. Bonzen, though, to pick up the first kill. And once again, a little bit of deja vu. Unipod has 3 champions trapped in the back of the pit. 3 flashes all over the wall. Nobody wants a piece of that Sivir.
Team fight looked really good. The Ahri AoE damage. The issue was that it was only used on the first initial front line before the cavalry arrived for Focus Me. So it looked really good for Rabbit 5 at first, but then here comes cavalry, here comes Yutapong. The big Fed 80 carry has a massive CS lead in the bottom, and there's no cooldowns left to deal with him. So free Dragon for Focus Me.
Yeah, Infinity Edge there, big item spike completed. Like you said, nobody really wanted to deal with him. And while, a couple of Focus Me members did have to take one for the team, as soon as Utapon showed up, it's just like flash, flash, flash. Everybody's leaving. Gives that dragon away to every time I see Rabbit 5, I want to think Moscow 5, but it's Focus Me that got the dragon.
See, hero, kill hero. We'll see what Rabbit 5 kind of determine what their next move is here. Bot tower is down. They still have the outer 2 towers up in the mid lane and the top lane, however. Dragon's not up for contention, so they can kind of move away from the pressure on the bot lane and leave that lane for Graves to farm. That said, if Xeros chooses to freeze the lane and to hold it back, it just opens up so much roam potential for Yutapong to get involved with the rest of the team on his map, because there's no reason for him to be overextended to farm some creep. So kind of has to balance this.
All right, now we do have that Blade of the Ruin King power spike talking about earlier for Bonzen. But he's not actually going to even be allowed to play aggressively in that matchup, because not only do we have a ton of assistance for Moyashi up top lane, there's 3 champions up there. Why do you think Rabbit 5 are really prioritizing that top lane so much? Because they have been putting the pressure on.
It's primarily where they have their advantage right now. So you have to think there's a disadvantage in the mid lane. There's a very clear disadvantage in the bot lane. So they're just playing to their PowerPoint, but
they're gonna
maybe in
lose
some
a lot
trouble
for that. Looking for the pull back. He's gonna get that lantern on in. Zeros, he's out of dashes. Can't get out of that cataclysm. Walking into a dark binding, but still picking up a kill. Astror is gonna get locked down. We'll see if he can get out of this. Moyashi's here. He's very, very strong and tanky, but Astror, I think he's just going for the all-in. Will he get it? Nanakane's burning down, but won't go down. Death Sentence onto Estelle, and he's going to be the next casualty of war. Kazu, he's not letting him get out of that box alive.
We'll see if Focus Me are able to translate this into a tower. They did get some decent damage onto the bot lane tower. It has maybe 25% HP left, but it looks like everyone's just going to disengage off of this, go back, spend their gold. We'll see what the next big power spec as far as itemization comes out.
Yeah, just looking across the board, a lot of big first items for Focus Me. Still waiting on some completion. We need at least 1 item completed for Zeros before he really shows up. And as the 80 carry goes, so goes the game most of the time. So big things to keep an eye on, as Zeros definitely looks a little bit further behind than we've seen him before.
Taking a very interesting path. He's trying to sidestep most of the wards. I like the fact that he's shadowing underneath Bonzen, because they identified that the top tier tower is the next available objective. This is what we want. So we just want to make sure that nothing's going to stop that. We commit 2 of our resources top and maybe a little bit more.
A lot of resources committed to making Moyashi like big and strong, but it doesn't matter when there's 3 champions right there to kill you off. It's actually only 2, but Kazu was there for moral support. And of course, Awaker coming up here is going to try to keep him out, but Yeah, big pick off there, but now we get the 1v1 Unipon versus Zeros. He predicts the boomerang blade, crits him down, and wins the 1v1 versus Zeros.
It was so beautifully played by Yutapong. Even though Zeros was able to predict the boomerang blade and dodge most of the damage, when he procced the spell shield, it pretty much completely denied the fact that Zeros was looking for the collateral damage to really end that fight before it began. So great job from Yutapong.
Kind of interested in Zeros' positioning and his choice to split push the same lane. I don't think if I didn't have that Infinity Edge, I'd want to go for that 1v1. But it definitely looks like kind of the same story that we've seen all game. The AD carries, the one that wins, and here it's Yutapon. He grabs the kill in the 1v1, the second tier turret, and Focus Me, they're on the board with 2 lower turrets taken.
And look at the vision control right there. Focus Me are doing everything in their power to take their gold lead, translate it into vision and security for Yutapong to allow him to run away with this game. And here comes another kill.
Oh, yeah, Yutapon. It's like Yutapon, he wakes up early in the morning, and there waiting on his bed is a bed and breakfast, room service Morgana. She's like, oh, how nice. I'll just be taking this now, and kills. And the base keep on running down to Yutapon.
Most people eat Wheaties. They eat rabbits.
Have you ever actually had rabbit?
I have. It's a little bit gamey.
I hear it tastes like chicken, but I've never actually experienced that. My best friend had a rabbit farm, and that just actually made me hate rabbits. But I'm actually a big fan of Rabbit 5, because the first time I heard their name, I actually thought it was Rapid 5, and I was like, yeah, they know what naming conventions are. But then I had my hopes dashed on the craggy rocks of despair when I was sorely updated on their name. But it's probably the greatest logo I've ever seen. It's like a rabbit and a 5 together.
Did you need some graggy ice to drown your sorrows?
I did. Sadly, none available.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. I've had so many opportunities, specifically in League of Legends, where I'm just like, gosh, I wish I had some graggy ice. Instead, I just have to go with as much salt as humanly possible. So, one or the other. I'm definitely going to take the Broloff drink of choice on that one.
Dragon is going to be spawning the next 20 seconds here. We see that Detonation Focus Me have already made the choice to move their vision around that pit, secure it with the pink ward, as well as prep all of their waves. Every single wave on the map right now is pushing towards Rabbit 5, so they need to choose. Fight this dragon fight. If they lose, if the waves are pressuring, it just makes it that much easier for Focus B to transition from dragon into a structural objective, or to completely deny the dragon contention at all, because they have to deal with their pushing waves.
Dragon just as free as almost every time. We've talked about how dragons tend to be the focus of team fights, but correct me if I'm wrong, but most of them seem to be pretty free, giving them away for other objectives, or just being far enough ahead to where Focus Me able to take down their 3rd dragon for free.
I can't say enough. It's really what put Focus Me ahead of every other team. They're so much more matured in their strategy and their style as a team.
Yutapon not even required for that dragon. Is going to retreat to his team, clear out some vision, and even though Seros has kind of been a weak point, he's even gotten ahead off of the mid game ganks and is in a great place. 2-0 Fizz, Bonzen in the top lane. And I don't even think Moyashi can split push against him. I'm actually kind of interested in Moyashi's build. No aggressive items, no Hex Drinker, which is a pretty common early item for Gnar, and tons of HP that is just going to get shredded by the Urchin Strike, and he's got the Blade of the Ruined King as well.
Yeah, it is actually fairly curious, especially because he's in a game with a Fizz and a LeBlanc, so it's not like he's facing effectively a double AP.
And he's just stacking armor on top of it. Maybe that's just how scared he is of Yutapon. He's like, 5 AP champions. What should I build? Let me build armor so Yutapon doesn't kill me. But, there's also Astaroar.
The one thing that I will say is that Focus Me should really be moving Yutapong into the mid lane and start to push down other towers. They kind of got the most that they will as far as their control over the bot side of the map and continuously creating a pressure point by shoving that wave in. It's really hard to break the inhibitor line, especially with just one person and for how early it is in the game. The dragon is down, so there's no reason to kind of be around that side of the map. So I would kind of expect that after this back, as Yutapong picks up his next set of items, okay, it is going to be a static siege, so he's committed to continuously pushing these waves, that they move him into the mid lane and start to look at other towers.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You can actually lose a lot of pressure if you continue to push the same lane without being able to do much in it. So nice to see the rest of Focus Me at least planting their rotatos in the mid lane. Fertile soil for those as they take down another, as they almost take down another objective. Leave it with a couple hundred HP.
Picking up the red buff, but it actually looks like he's going to go to the top tower. I don't mind this as much, especially because it is Severe, so they're going to leave him alone to split push here, and it's safe for Severe to be alone in the split push just because, A, she's so powerful, Yutapong's just so far ahead as far as itemization in this point of the game, but also with the on the hunt, it makes her incredibly safe in such a long lane that she's able to run back to safety in addition with her spell shield.
I really wanted to see that second item, Quicksilver Sash, that we had in Game 1, just so you're really uncatchable. I myself am a big fan of top lane split push Sivir, but that more often than not turns into Suicide Sivir, which is possibly a difference between myself and Yutapod, who's actually getting the split push down. He's has the most CS in the game at 235, almost 10 CS a minute.
And that's pretty much perfect CS at that point.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is par for the course too. He's, like you said, kind of a lane that you can expect to win, but let's talk about this bottom lane. Kicking Bonzen into the wall. They're going to follow him through all the way, but whoa, Waker, I don't think you want to go under turret that far. Bonzen in a 1v2, kind of getting that Yutapon syndrome where he still wants to go in for that fight. Zeros, 80 carry, he's up front now. Oh, Thresh coming in. Kazu looking for the flay back. Teleport coming in. It's a 3v2, but can they stay alive long enough? Rabbit 5 trying to kite back away, but the flip, there it is. And a Waker now the next to fall. 1, 2, Bonzen on a killing spree, and I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. Moriyashi, another death sentence. Get over here. And Moriyashi will be tanky, will be mega, but not mega enough. Whoa, Dark Biting backwards. Come on. Wow, Rabbit 5 lose the bottom fight, win the mid one, but overall a win for Focus Me.
Yutapong a little bit too careless, walked into Fog of War, tried to take the 1v1 with Estelle, but surprise, Nanakane was able to clean that one up for him. Again, though, Rabbit 5, where they do win, it doesn't necessarily mean much. It does save that mid-tier tower, but it's hanging on by a sliver of health and just waiting for a stiff breeze to come by and knock it down.
Yeah, there's this was saving that for later. They're just like, all right, we're going to put you over here, and we'll come back when we need you. Fourth turret of the game being knocked down. And with fights like that, I feel like this is kind of, Yutapon's mulligan. The rest of his team is like making these crazy plays bottom lane, turning teleport gangs around, and he's just like, well, what if I walked into the enemy jungle? Walked into a dark vine. No, doesn't work. So at least he learned his lesson. We'll see what he comes back with.
See if Focus Me will maybe change up their playstyle. I'm glad that you kind of underline this fact. It's very un-Yutapon to take the backseat to the aggression and to be that PvE tower pushing player.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just looking for those super huge, crazy item levels so that when he gets into the fight, the Penta is his, but definitely needs some team participation. Maybe he was just, oh man, hard out of the bush. Not a great place to be if you're LeBlanc, but yeah, kind of interesting to see him take that out of lane experience right through the jungle and die too.
Looking at getting involved. It might also just speak to kind of his maturity as a player and the role that he plays on his team, that he's saying, I will play what my team needs me to play. I'll be that utility PvE player in the split lanes if that's what it takes to win.
Utility or something like that. So he's, like you said, tons of CS. Maybe he was just looking for the most enemy champions at one time, but whoa, going in on Zeros, hits the crit, and keeps that heal running on in, double hit off that boomerang. Is he really gonna dive this turret? Blocks the damage, not gonna get hit by that Dark Biting, but jeez, double summoners on out of Zeros.
Yutapong, we were just complimenting you. We were just talking about how you were a reformed man. You're not crazy. Then he goes and he does that.
Ults into the enemy base. Sometimes it's not about getting the kills. It's about sending a message. I think that's fairly well received. I'm pretty sure Zeros knows what's up. But just like last time, Deja Vu, a dragon without his team, Yutapon letting the team pick up the objective. He's still in the bottom lane.
Has that extra mobility now to make him just that much safer in that bottom lane, though has to be fairly cautious as we see him retreat out of Fog of War. So trying to set this up one more time, see if Zeros falls for it and walks too far forward in the lane, but does not have On the Hunt available. So this can get turned around rather quickly if more than one member of Rabbit 5 show up.
Yeah, they're not going to be there. Just taking a little bit of a reset button, as most of Focus Me are going to go back to base. This should be a buy on that Last Whisper for Utapon. Let's see what he gets. Yep, Last Whisper completed. And that armor penetration will be versus the Zeros armor pen from a finally completed Youmuu's Ghostblade.
Bonzen had to be careful a little bit. Almost got walked down by Moyoshi's Yar there, but Boulder does not connect, which means the slow doesn't connect. And speaking of itemization, Yutapong now has his core 3 items of Severe and any other 80 carry, so we'll see if he gets involved with this team or continues to split push.
Now, speaking of core itemization, that is a Frozen Heart Giants belt. Looking for a Warmogs after the Frozen Heart on Bonzen. So, going for that weird Bruiser Fizz. No Trinity Force, too, which is oftentimes a staple. He's just looking for that tankiness.
It's a little bit weird that he's choosing to go such a build, and the fact that Rabbit 5 don't really have a big tank line. You have Gnar, but no one else Fizz is really going to do a ton of shred to, because they're not stacking R, and B, they're not stacking health.
Oh man, Ignite going down there. Saros to Moyashi gets the Mega Gnar, turns it around with a Gnar into the wall. He's gonna get that chain CC. This is brutal. Moyashi, though, still gonna get outplayed. It was a 1v1 fight, man. You can't go interfering, Kazu. Turned it around in Saros' favor.
We keep looking for these 1v1s, and unfortunately, the supports get involved in the back half every single time. Great foresight from Kazu to save his team member there, but it does count for something. Multiple resources of Focus Me were used top, and Rabbit 5 finally commit and find the mid-tier tower.
Moyashi finally figured out that there was magic damage in the game and bought his first amount of magic resistance all game log. It's like, wow, I lost to the magic damage dealing mid laner. How did that get there? Mid turret went to Rabbit 5, but Focus Me starting this Baron. Awaker's there. He's in the area, and yeah, I don't think Focus Me are going to commit to that.
You have to be super careful. Lee Sin has so much still potential with the Sonic Wave. They do find the Scuttle Crab, which means that Rabbit 5 would be crazy to approach that. They can't deny the vision that Scuttle Crab gives.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's a 1v1. Moyashi versus Bonzen. Can Moyashi keep him away? He's going to get that Mega Gnar. Will throw down the stun, but it doesn't land. Bonzen able to dodge that away. Forced to flash away from that Dark Binding. It's the 1v2. Black Shield on Moyashi. He's jumping in. Charm will not land. Bonzen still in a 1v3. Can he get out of that? Or, maybe not. I don't know. To be continued. We got fights up in the top lane. Kick back onto Utapon. Bonzen's still alive. When we last left our heroes, he's flipping into the base. I don't think you got too many options there. He's going to go down. Awaker looking for the steal. And the death sentence on a Nanakene. It's a double kill for Utapon. Zeros is here. He's going to try for the kill. All in onto Kazu. It'll take him out. He's going to try to get away, but the dunk down on top of him. Astaroar there for the follow-up. Now Estelle joining the fight. Can he turn it around? He's going to get flashed on by Zeros. Flashes out and finds one kill. Can he get it? Yes, he does. And oh, he aggroed the Grom too. A double 2v1 there at the end. Zeros finalizes the ace. Last member left alive.
All said and done. Focus Me turned out really
well. Oh, that
well
Gromp almost killed him.
The hero of the day, of course, was Bonzen, distracting Rabbit 5 fast enough, or I guess I should say long enough, that his team was able to scare the Baron. That said, Focus Me get way too greedy and overcommit for that. They get the ace, but the Baron buff is only left standing on one member.
Zeros just barely getting back to base, and he's going to find even more magic resistance reduction there in the Abyssal Scepter. Not really an item I see too much on LeBlanc's, but is going to need that for the 1v1 versus Estelle if he wants it. Kind of surprised that he went with that instead of a Zanya's Hourglass.
I would have preferred to see the Death Cap, but it might have just been where his gold.
Or the Luden's Echo, Froskarin. How do you feel about Luden's Echo? I've seen a very polarized community response to that.
I think it's a very strong item right now. It fits on a lot of champions. I don't think it's necessarily a core item rush. I think if you want to maximize its damage potential mathematically, you get it after Death Cap. But build it on RA, build it on LeBlanc, it's great. Just when it shows up on your build. Yeah,
eventually. And of course later on, like you said, after Death Cap might be what we're looking for. But push down to the bottom lane. Kazu's winning the game by himself. He's going to get some help from the rest of his team. Looking for that first inhibitor. Astaroar, of course, getting in onto the back of the fight. But here comes Estelle. Oh, backing off. TP on in. Here comes Fizz. We'll see if he's able to turn this around. Will it be a free inhibitor? Yep. Last auto takes it down. Saros there with the inhib kill and the disengage. Lee Sin's kind of on the wrong side of the law there.
And he's he's stuck in a sticky situation. It's pretty mobile, but he might have to go for a jog here.
He's taking the scenic route back to base. He's he had a nice flank opportunity if he was able to get like back into the back for like a kick on to Saros. But Detonation Focus Me have so many options against that. Whoa, big team fight coming in. There's Moyashi, bounces out, but it's gonna get pulled right back on in there. Super tanky in the front, but I don't think either team. There's the kick on a Unipon, knock up onto Saros, so about the best you can get off of that. Moyashi gonna take the brunt of everything right to the face. A big gnar there. Saros will go down, but oh, he's actually still alive. That was the clone. Estelle, he's still in the back, and it's gonna be a double kill for Unipon. Asteror finalizing that kill. Shutdowns across the board, but it's a 3-for-1 for Focus Me.
Crazy skirmishes going right now. Gonna give that fight to Saros there. Fantastic movement and mobility and juking potential with LeBlanc. Able to clean that one up, and I think definitely the carrier there at the back end of that fight.
Over the wall there, Zeros is trying to do the most that he can. Versus Kazu, he's got kill potential. But Kazu, even if he dies there, is just going to take one for the team and give them Dragon. And oh, now Bonson. That was somewhat one-sided.
And we forgot to mention that that is the 5th Dragon.
Whoa. Yeah, 5-0 this game. Last game we saw it sort of punctuated with Rabbit 5 taking the 3rd Dragon. But this time it's all Focus Me. 5 Dragons, and there's the Ludens Echo.
Okay, so decides to go for the Ludens Echo before completing the death cap. It is going to give LeBlanc... I mean, what it really enhances is poke potential. Also gives them a little bit of wave pressure because it's a AP static shiv in its most basic form. But the flat AP will certainly be nice, especially because she has so much magic penetration already.
And far enough ahead this game to where just more raw AP is really what she needs. Not a lot of magic resistance out there, and has a Void Staff if there is, so just looking to punch people down. Even versus Moyashi, he's only got that Spirit Visage. No Banshee's Veils either, and whoa, Estelle has a Black Shield, uses up the entire thing. There's a Charm onto Asteror, turns it around, Ignite, and Asteror's out of there. Then again, so is Estelle.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Yutapong and Bonson creating another pressure point. They see that this is the last outer tower standing, which means it's the easiest objective to obtain, and they're pushing it down.
Inhib down to the bottom lane means that Moyashi's down there, and not enough. The rotation's top. Good for Focus Me. Their 6th turret of the game. Have an outer in the mid lane to go to, but they're looking to get this bottom. Oh, double bounce on it. Oh, my. Saros.
Deleted.
There's that Ludens Echo.
Removed.
Yeah, his error 404 not found when you look for Nanakane. He is Saros just tanking the turret there for a second. Big push in there, 4v5. Saros still has the damage. A Waker taken down all the way. Almost killed, and now Zeros, that's all he can do to try to stay alive. He's gonna get the fish, and he is getting taken out. Oh my god, beautiful. Knocked back into the team. It's some dead Ari, and Moyashi, he's Mega Gnar, but might not be big enough. Unipon's going the distance underneath the turret. A triple kill for Sivir. And Asteror, he's diving. We'll take the Lantern right back out. This could actually just be the game with an ace in the base final, or a Focus Me, rather. We'll be taking down one Nexus turret, the second one soon to fall, and game number 2 all but in their grasp.
This is looking really concerning for Rabbit 5 as they try to make a final stand. Shutdown does go down on the end of that Soul Shackle, but not enough to save the game for them. This is 2-game advantage now to Focus Me. It's a best of 5, which means set point is coming up.
Well, it's a 37 minute game to win, 29-12. The victory going to Detonation Focus Me. And while they may be sister teams, the competition is still fierce. Although, I guess kind of somewhat one-sided. I don't think Rabbit 5 has ever taken a competitive match against Focus Me. And that trend continues here in Game 2.
What a match.
What a match. We didn't see any crazy builds from Yutapon this time. He was playing a much more team fight-centric style when he wasn't, busy pushing side lanes. I feel like he sort of set up a tent bottom lane and just kept pushing that all game long.
It does show the versatility of Focus Me, and I know I keep hammering this away, but it's honestly just the truth that this is why they're the #1 team in LJL, why they are the dominant force, and it's because of their versatility in in their ability to make their compositions. They can have Yutapong be that crazy hard carry and go out of control, out of his mind with these bizarre builds and these hyper carry champions, or they can play the rotation pressure point game. They have so many different options for them, so it's hard to figure them out, to nail them down.
Yeah, multiple styles, multiple threats, and honestly, an incredibly well-played game number 2. Even Saros in the mid lane had a difficult game 1, but really brought it back here in game 2. Had a great score finishing things out. So much ability power. We'll have to take a look at that when we get back with game number 3. We'll have that, interviews with the sponsors, and a whole lot more LJL coming your way. Thanks for watching the League of Legends Japan League here on Azubu TV. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Japan League Grand Final and International Wildcard Qualifier. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Ren, Frostkur, and more, and we are back for game number 3 in what could be the last game of these LJL Grand Finals.
And really the story of the day has been focused me just kind of running over Rabbit 5, their sister team. The first game was all about Yutapong making some crazy plays and capitalizing off of objectives in a 2-Baron sweep. The second game, they changed up styles and kind of objectives. They put Yutapong on more of a utility-focused champion like Severe and had him run a split push game while they just ran around the map, secured 5 dragons, then closed everything down.
Very methodical game number 2, and coming into game 3, match point. Rabbit 5 have never actually been able to defeat their sister team, or more like big brother team, in a competitive game. They're 0-2 for the season, 0-2 here in the finals. They have to pick one game to turn it around. Here it is, game 3. It's on your way. Of course, you can see the audience live at Belisal Event Center in Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. So if you're down there, make sure to tune in. Make sure to come down, but we are here. Picks and bans for game number 2. Nidalee, Cassiopeia, both banned against Estelle, when it's actually been Saros who has played those champions more often this season. So just want to really focus the mids.
And on the other side, Rek'Sai and Thresh. So Kazu is not going to get his comfort champion again this time around, and Rek'Sai taken away from Astaroth.
Yeah, so the Rek'Sai focus, we're probably going to see an AD carry ban here towards the end. Otherwise, Yutapong would get Kalista, and that actually just can't happen. We saw the crazy builds, we saw the crazy plays. Game number 1, it's going to stick in my mind for a long time, and it's definitely sticking in Rabbit 5. So predicting a Kalista ban, but they might force a choice between Kalista and Maokai this game, and go for another one of those just Zerg the AD carry compositions. Wait, what? That's a Cho'Gath ban.
It does leave Kalista, and we'll see if Detonation Focus Me decide to give it to Yutapong, or maybe they'll change it up again. Again, last game he showed that he can take a different style, although still had that same unique flavor of Yutapong as he tried to 1v1 dual Graves in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it might just be the top laner, because limiting Moyashi has sort of been the theme of their top lane pick focus. Ban on Maokai last game, put up some wacky picks. It was Gnar versus Fizz, but now with Bonzen taking that Maokai away from Moyashi, who has really just played tank champions so far this season, the battle kind of is between, who gets the highest priority tank champion top lane. So Bonzen getting that lock in. Moyashi will not take Katarina early. I'm just saying that so that, even if I'm wrong, I'm still happy because we get a first pick. Katarina, probably though not going to see that. And yeah, AD carry is high priority. Looking at Kalista.
Well, they pretty much have to take it here, because if they don't, for sure Yutapong will grab it on second rotation. I like the fact that they're picking it up in conjunction with Morgana, because it denies the Vi pickup, which that was kind of always the thing in competitive play. By first picking Kalista, you were pretty much guaranteed that the enemy team was going to lock Vi Morgana, because it's the obvious answer to just Zerg rush that back line and to lock her down and pop her.
Yeah, and one thing to keep it from being possible is nice spell shield. So you either pick Sivir, you pick Morgana, just try to keep that from happening. But now we might actually see a couple of different options for Bonzen. He has locked in that big tree, which means that there's a possibility that that we see. See, normally I would say that as a top lane Maokai, but having been paying attention to the rest of League of Legends around the world, I believe we actually just got done seeing a mid lane Maokai pick up a win in the Demacia Cup going on. So let's try to keep that away from our Japanese League of Legends.
It will be a Lulu and a Nunu pick. Now, That should secure Maokai into that top lane. We're unsure if that Lulu will stay in the mid lane or maybe go back down into Kazu's hands for the support position, but surely we'll see their cards soon enough. I expect that this will be a Jinx or another hyper carry pickup for Yutapong, though, because you've got a lot of utility and a lot of front line to protect him.
They could also take the Kog'Maw away, because that's what Yutapong's going for. This is a classic sort of Juggermaw, protect the team, protect the AD carry kind of composition with double support in both mid and then jungle. And you can even pick another big peel support, something like Janna, or maybe something with other buffs. I mean, Nami's still open if you want to go for that one. But either way, this game will be on Yutapong, and big surprise. That's kind of the idea for Focus Me's. So what are Rabbit 5 going to do to stop that from being effective? I liked the Zed, but now it's Ezreal.
The problem with picking a Zed is we know that this is going to be a Janna Kog'Maw, probably. At least I'm fairly certain that you hit the nail on the head with that call. And by picking Zed into Janna, you pick yourself into a counter as well as the wild growth. So Zed doesn't have a lot of viability against this team composition. So I like the fact that they're changing up going late game. Remember, it is the kind of the game set match point for them. They can't afford to lose here, so they don't want to risk the game on trying to get an early snowball or something like that by playing super aggressive. So by taking the Ezreal, it says we're going late game. We have the Kalista, we have the double AD carry. We're going to stall this out, and we're going to try to play it really clean and very safe.
And wait, no, if they go Sivir, that's a really low damage style, and usually with all that peel and AD carry focus, you want to pick a big hyper carry down there. So I'm guessing Kog'Maw or Vayne, but if he goes back to Sivir, that could be a very big difference. And
wow,
yeah, that's Sivir locked in. I've never seen that before.
Completely changed the direction of their composition. Not quite sure if I like it, but we'll see how they pan out. It is going to be Seros taking up that Diana. You talked about the Chinese League of Legends taking the Maokai mid, where we're about to see a Xie in the mid lane with that teleport Diana, but this time it'll be Seros.
If you say, if you're referring to the Maokai mid, I believe that would be called pulling a Doinb? Or a Doin B. I don't know if that's necessarily going to become a thing, but yeah, the Xie, really big popularizer, if that's a word. Big proponent of the Diana mid. It's been kind of hit or miss when I've seen it adapted internationally, and here is sort of the extent of that tonight. Seros, he has played Diana before. I can't remember the exact stats on it, but this actually works really well with this comp, because now they might be going for kind of a hyper carry Diana, where you just put all the focus on her when she dives in. The attack speed's still good for proc her passive, and you can just make her huge when she dives in, get that big knock up from a Lulu.
She also did get some buffs on the most upcoming patch, particularly with the orbs that circle here. They go a little bit faster, which stylistically gives her a bit more safety and a bit more damage because they're more likely to run into targets. That's it. Diana right now in the top lane, that's still mid lane Lulu. Support Maokai.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, they're swapping things around. They got 30 seconds to not make me really sad about their team comp. Or interested, I think is a better word for it. Support Maokai, I guess it's okay if you're really looking to, force fights and things, but I think that Lulu should be getting swapped.
Before I devolve into my support Maokai rant, I just want to make sure that because I have one.
Why do you have a support Maokai rant?
Well, we'll see if he locks this in. Okay. You can hear my story. If he doesn't.
Okay, they have 4 seconds to swap this. Did they forget? Are they lagging? Or are we actually going to hear the support
ready for this?
Maokai rant? All right.
Okay, so support Maokai started in LPL. The team who ran it, lo and behold, OMG, the most creative team of LPL. Why do they run support Maokai? They 100% always pick it into Rumble. Now you may ask, why would they pick it into Rumble? Well, the fact of the matter is they have a very carry-oriented top laner in the form of Go-Going. So they can't afford to put Go-Going on a tank-based champion. So they put Go-Going on things like Aurelia, but they still maintain to take the AoE damage control against the magic damage AoE from Rumble. So the Maokai ultimate versus the Rumble ultimate. Ta-da! Support Maokai.
And we're about to see it on your screen in just a second. Big way to, I mean, if it's the last game, you might as well go big. And speaking of going big in the mid lane, there's going to be a big matchup. Estelle, Seros, bigger matchup, 80 carries. A Sivir picked into a protect the AD carry comp. We'll see if it is gonna work out. And there we have it on your screen, a support Maokai versus Morgana, a champion that I would think would completely destroy every reason to play support Maokai.
Obviously, it's going to be a hard-fought battle, especially against that Black Shield, but come the team fight phase, if the Black Shield's not timed perfectly, Maokai has all the CC available to lock down that Kalista and cause big problems for it. But again, it's a counter directly to the Rumble. It pretty much minimizes most of the equalizer damage because he's going to have his ultimate on top of him. So, great control right there. How this usually goes as far as skill ordering is that you'll take an initial point in E, because obviously you're using the saplings for scout and poke potential. You'll then take 2 early points in Q for wave and trading, and then you'll max W because it's all about maximizing the CDR and your twisted advance.
So still looking to see what we have here. It's a Targon start for Kazu. I wanted to see the stacking the AP, and then you put all the saplings in the front bush in the bottom lane, and then the support just walks in and gets blown up, and you're like, yes, I have my 5 seconds of fame before I'm totally useless for the rest of the game. But it is going to be that tanky Maokai start, and Seros getting some help with the saplings actually is able to clear out all 3 of the mini raptors, get that experience lead, and come back to lane versus Estelle's Ezreal.
See if he's able to make an advantage off of his early level 2 here and maybe get the jump on Ezreal. But Ezreal, very safe champion that mid lane, builds that tier, doesn't suffer from the power chop just because the lane's so short that his Essence Flux keeps him really safe.
Yeah, although with 2 jumps available there for Diana, definite possibility to be able to chase him through that. Astror. The drive-by eats on. It's like a drive-through. He just eats on his way right through, grabs the red buff, and yeah, already being that big Nunu bully, stealing that red buff away.
And they had the early wards. They knew that Jarvan was starting on the top side of the map, so allowing Nunu to just kind of walk in and takes even further advantage right there. He knows that Jarvan's low, that he's not able to contest. Says, hey, what up? This jungle, rest of it's mine.
Yep, takes down the Raptor camp as well. Leaves a mini. What are those called? It's the
popcorn
cinder...
chicken.
The popcorn.
The Raptor camp. That's what they look like to me. They're like tiny little basketballs with little peg legs. But Kazu now really punishing Awaker here as he walks and just wards up his blue buff.
No love for that Awaker guy. He is he's kind of in a rough spot. He's had his top jungle invaded by Nunu, his bottom jungle now counter invaded by Nunu as well. Like, come on, man. Okay, well, Awaker is out of this game. Jarvan, highest win rate in LJL. Detonation Focus Me about to fix that.
He's about to get 4 buffed, and this is really just great coordination from Focus Me, making sure that Yutapon took the W on Severe, got the early push into the lane, forcing it up so Zerost and Nanakane cannot respond to help out their jungler, and just allowing Nunu to walk in here and drive through Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan just cannot do anything. No buffs to start things out. And interesting to see, Astror is actually leaving his buffs up. So he can go back and get them even if he dies in the enemy jungle. And he's actually going to keep Awaker from even getting a wolf camp. Now, it was smote, so at least he knows what's going on in his own jungle. But that's really depressing because all that allows you to do is see it all be taken by Nunu.
And it's brilliant because he has so many lane bullies right now that there's just no safety. There's no net. The Ezreal can't fall back into his own jungle because in the 2v2, they'd automatically lose it.
Ezreal also not necessarily a great sort of roam and help the jungle kind of carry. So actually, that early level 2 from Seros, he's actually just focusing on shoving the lane into turret. Awaker now actually having difficulty versus his own Krug camp. Very far behind, and Nunu now finally back on his own side of the jungle.
On the bright side, he did finally clear his red camp, has the timer there, so we'll see if the second rotation of the buffs is any safer for him.
Coming back out of base, did pick up 2 wards, a pink and a green, so really looking to put that vision out, which is what you need when it comes to avoiding counter jungle. So hopefully this early vision coverage will allow him that presence. But oh my god, that boomerang blade on Zerost almost just killed him behind turret, and he still had the presence of mind to hang on to that summoner heal.
Just relentless right here.
It's the support Maokai.
The Gauntless the countless barrage of poke from Utapong's W, Q, and then the Maokai saplings is just keeping this Kalista very unhealthy in the bottom lane.
Yeah, see, the reason I never play Maokai is because whenever I see Maokai, he doesn't really look like he's having a ton of fun. He's just like sitting around throwing saplings. He always looks a little bored because he's a tree. That's what they
board wood
make the boards out. Yeah, it's just
I'm waiting for them to click on Maokai through the OBS so we can see if he's scaling the abilities true to what.
Whoa, that burst on Estelle. Oh, where'd you go? Magician Saros making Estelle's health disappear.
Burning his ultimate, trying to push the wave so he wouldn't lose out as much farm when Diana shoves this wave underneath his tower, but we're starting to see a bit of a CS discrepancy, particularly in that bot lane between the AD carries and Equalizer.
Wow, Bonzen taking a lot of that pressure towards him. That's a danger zoned flame spitter, but a silence. Wait, what? That was a very late flash from Bonzen.
He flashed then because he knew that the overheat was about to end, and so if Mayoshi had shot from and found the harpoon.
Oh, Awaker. Poor Awaker. He's just in his own jungle, and Nunu's just like, what's up?
His jungle. Look at how lit up that is. That's Nunu's jungle.
That is true. He's got that pink ward at his blue buff, and he cleared another pink ward with it. He's actually now clearing yet a second pink ward in his own jungle, but it's still lit up. There's 5 deep wards at 7 minutes into the game, Proskeren.
And again, the fact of the matter is that his laners are looking for scale. Rumble's an level-dependent champion. He just uses Equalizer, so a big cooldown there as far as safety and adding pressure back into the jungle. And Ezreal has his tier, so it doesn't have any battle stats for that mid lane. I mean, if it's a 2v2 between Diana, Nunu, and Jarvan Ezreal are automatically going to lose that just due to itemization. So a really rough spot to be in, but Focus Me, fantastic job of recognizing it and again punishing it to its fullest extent as we see an early dragon go down.
Now, to be fair, in game 1, Rabbit 5 actually stopped Astoror's 6 to 7 minute dragon attempt when he was on Udyr, but they gave it up uncontested in game 2, and they're doing it again here, or rather not doing it again. They are letting Astoror take that early dragon, so already extra attack damage, ability power in every single lane, and yeah, about as good a start as you could ask for on Focus Me.
And with this early dragon, they're going to snowball their control over that objective, which has really been the name of the game as far as the series is concerned. I think they've dropped 1 dragon in the entire 2 games so far.
Yeah, and that dragon that they did give up, they were able to take a mid lane turret off of it as well, and get off to a better map positioning afterwards. So when they give things up, it's sort of like just saving it for later. They're like, well, we don't need to contest this right now. We'll come back for it, and they have 5 dragons uncontested in a row last game. So it's really putting the pressure on. And Rabbit 5, you can tell that while Focus Me have been very diverse, multiple styles, lots of different ways to play it. Focus Me have really struggled to adapt, and now really struggling to adapt on the fly to this incredibly heavy Nunu counter jungle.
And with the added support here of Kazu on his support Maokai. Has 100% win rate in LPL when it's played from the support position.
Also 100% win rate in LPL or in Demacia Cup when it's played in the mid lane position. Stats I never thought I'd have to use. Then again, I don't know. I expected to see Urgot here tonight, but I guess that adaptation hasn't quite made its way to LJL just yet.
Great zoning potential will secure the first tier tower in the bot side for Focus Me. We'll see if Utapong decides to stay in that lane like he did last time, although he is letting it eat up as much CS as possible before he takes it down, or if he's maybe going to rotate to other lanes and try to snowball more objectives.
Kazu's support Maokai is double jungling with Astoror. And yeah, the dream for Awaker has finally picked up a buff. That is...
That's the 10-minute red buff. That is the standard.
Wow. I don't know. This is pretty crazy. When we started by getting 4 buffs for Awaker, I think at that point he kind of gave up any success. And I mean he's on a very I guess gold efficient jungler. You don't really have to have a lot of gold to Cataclysm for a team fight. So he'll still be, I guess, kind of effective now that he's level 6. But he hasn't even completed his jungle upgrade. And to be fair, Astro hasn't either, but he's sitting on like 1,500 gold when he goes back to base.
And that's really what I wanted to point out, so I'm glad that you brought it up. The fact of the matter is despite how hard Awaker's been counter-jungled, he was actually the first jungler to hit level 6. He has spent a lot of time into his side lanes to kind of compensate for the fact that a lot of experience was pulled forcibly from his jungle by this counter-jungling Nunu. Is on the same itemization, has just as many jungle camps. We do see a discrepancy right now, 31 to 23.
Oh, they're three-man diving mid lane. Estelle is going to get dope here. There's the absolutely zero ways to escape that. The on the hunt through the turret. Utapon just slingshotting the rest of his team forward through the turret. Going to take a kill, take a turret, and take the lead in this deciding game number 3.
Just explosive, and we were questioning, are they going to keep Utapon in the side lane? Is it going to be another split push Severe? No. Making sure that he's teamed up with Maokai, getting the most out of that Blood Boil, and rotating through the lanes to push down these towers, and it looks like we're now going top lane.
And Detonation focused me all game long, all through this series. It kind of just looked like a broken traffic light. They just never stop. Every single second, they're always looking to push a new objective, unless you're Utapon, and then you just stay bottom lane. But he actually has rotated mid here this time, and used his ult, help take down their second turret of the game, and kind of interested to see where Focus Me will be putting their pressure, their focus right now, because they've taken down bottom, mid lane, not necessarily looking towards top, and Dragon's up in a minute and a half.
They have a very small window of opportunity here where they can kind of experiment, look towards top lane, see if maybe they want to shut down that tower because they're waiting for the dragon to respawn. That said, I like the fact that they've switched position between bot lane and mid, putting Saros into that bottom lane there to get the free farm, while Severe and Maokai shifted over to get the mid-tier tower.
And then it's actually, get jacked! A nice steal there by Saros. Stealing the Gromp away from Saros, and that's actually something, following him all the way! Kazu going deep onto Awaker. He's still probably okay, but yeah, just so far behind. What you were mentioning, swapping the positionings between the carries, something we should talk about. Saros took TP here on Diana. I know there's a lot of versatility between that summoner spell on Diana. Which do you like better, the Ignite or the Teleport?
I like the Teleport and how it's being used. I didn't necessarily always agree with it when it first showed up by World Elite with Xie in that mid lane. It's just so funny. Watching them play right now, I can tell that they've been paying attention to regions like LCK and LPL because they look like Vici Gaming. I don't know if you've been kind of following tabs on them, but they're a very objective-oriented
Are you really
team.
Comparing Utapon to Vasily?
No, it's not in the players. It's just their
overall
MO,
play style,
their play
right?
style. Yeah, they're very objective focused and trying to. What they do is they take as many towers down as quickly as possible, and they snowball their gold lead into mid game, and so they take late game champions, but they're able to ramp up their late game impact from like a 45-minute game to like a 20-minute game, just because they get so much gold. They really remind me of them. It's kind of curious.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, and it's kind of interesting to see Japan as a developing region, not necessarily just innovate on their own. They have done that in a lot of ways. Top lane Vladimir, a big pick that they've been a big forerunner in, but also imitating other regions too, with this sort of Diana mid lane pick that's, like you said, very LPL, very reminiscent of that region. Whereas Rabbit 5, they remind me of a little bit of an older. Maybe a couple of years ago, like you mentioned earlier, the LPL teams, where they want to group up and have these team fights. Like that's what their teams kind of made for. You layer the Rumble and Jarvan ultimates and get a big wombo combo there. But with as far as Awaker is behind and as hesitant as they have been to contest dragons so far, I'm curious as to when exactly they want to group up for those team fights, because they have not shown that yet.
I just really wish I could vocalize effectively how much these teams have grown just in my short amount of time casting them. The last time that I saw Focus Me, they looked good, and I could always recognize that they were the standout team in the LJL and able to just really mow through all of their opponents. But from the last time that I cast them, I saw them, to this series today in the finals, they look like a completely different team. Far more mature, far superior to anything that I've ever really seen from them. So this is just as a bystander and as just a viewer of LJL, just kind of experimenting with the scene and really trying to get a feel for it, it's pretty incredible to see the shift and the progress that they've made in such a short amount of time.
A lot of progress, not just either players or teams, but really the region as a whole. LJL, Japanese League of Legends, has progressed so much, organizationally, player-wise, all across the board. It's looking good. They are the stair step of International League of Legends, just continuing to step up. I meant to say staircase, so it would have been funnier. So it's okay that you didn't laugh at that, because it would have been funny. I'm just gonna take the range check on that one. But.
No, it's totally fine. And we should probably, as we have like a little bit of a lull in the game, we can actually talk about the importance of this match. So again, this is kind of the set point for the series as Astror walks into a Waker here. Should be able to just walk away from this one as they slap each other over pink words, although not gonna. Okay, he's fine.
Okay.
We were talking about how this is the stair step, if you will, into the international wildcard. That whoever wins here will represent Japan. Obviously, this is their first season of their official league.
Mm-hmm.
In the international wildcard, and a chance to represent Japan possibly as a region on the international stage at MSI.
That's right. It's not just the grand finals. There's a trip to Turkey on the line where you get to compete against a lot of the other developing regions in the world, and now even after that, a trip to compete internationally at sort of the mini worlds at the mid-season invitational. So Japanese League, it's exploded here in Japan. We'll see if it can explode elsewhere with one of these two teams representing Japan as a nation in League of Legends at the International Wildcard Tournament. So double buffed on Udapon, incredibly strong, has 200 CS at 17.5 minutes. That is ridiculous.
I just have to say that I'm very impressed with both of these teams, but especially Focus Me. I think they're looking great right now, and if they are to win this here and get their invitation to the wildcard tournament, I think they have a couple of heads to turn. I think people will be very surprised how quickly Japan has caught up.
Well, and Saros, too, he's at 200 CS as well, so we're highlighting the 80 carry farm, but Saros is right on top of that, too. He's been split pushing all game long, he's taken jungle and bottom lane CS, and it's just incredibly difficult to stop either one of them. Rabbit 5 really haven't shown up. I've been watching this game and thinking to myself, like, where is Rabbit 5? Like, what are they doing? I don't have an answer.
The problem is that they're waiting on power trough. So you have itemization. The Ymir mana is built for Ezreal, waiting for that to stack up before he can really start using the power there. We'll see if he goes into what looks like the Iceborne Golem. So it's going to be a very traditional blue build Ezreal as opposed to grabbing that Trinity Force there. Likewise in the bottom lane, first itemization. Hold on, Cataclysm.
Bonzin's just waiting there. He's like, and I'm out. He just waits through the entire. Actually, wait. What was the teleport? Oh, that was Saros trying to come top lane. I was like, neither top lane or teleported. But yeah, Saros tried to come top, no TP needed, but that summoner spell will be down.
But the issue for Rabbit 5 is they just don't have a power spike as far as their items to really try to make something happen in this game. The power spikes across champions are layered much better on Focus Me. They've got their early game power spike, they've got their mid game transition, and they don't have necessarily the best late game hyper carry potential, but we'll see.
Bonzin will be forced to flash out. There are the flashes in, and what? You're kidding me. Okay, well, Bonzin does die. Moriyashi is, oh my god, clutchest scrap shield of his life there. Gets out alive after playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Would have been clever, however, great heat management from Moriyashi right there to make sure that he was able to clean up that kill, but does it necessarily mean anything in the long run? I feel like I asked that question a lot.
Right, Arcane shifts away, so Estelle's out, but identical CS up in the top lane, at least for the time being. But better itemization overall there for Moriyashi. It's CDR Lulu. It's been a while since I've seen that. It's been a while since I've seen top lane Lulu in general. And this game kind of has that feel where you expect the top laner and the support to be swapped. So kind of interesting to see the support Maokai currently without a completed item just yet.
He's got a Sightstone.
I mean, okay, he's completed Sightstone. There you go.
I have a feeling his next item will be a Righteous Glory. but we'll see.
Yeah, he does have that the ruby crystal, so could go for a face of mountain, but like you said, righteous glory, big for engages, and currently now helping on the third uncontested dragon of the game here for Focus Me. Rabbit 5 just really struggling for map presence at this point.
We'll see what happens late game. We talked about how this is kind of the final chance for Rabbit 5 to make a statement. They don't want to risk anything by trying to be forceful in the early and mid game with plays that could snowball the game out of control. They're fine to really just kind of sit back and wait. Obviously, they're going to have to contest for the 5th dragon. They don't just want to let Focus Me have every objective, but they have a late game composition and they can play to that power.
Zeros playing to his own power and dancing to the beat of his own drum down their bottom lane. I believe he stayed in the exact same position for the last like 5 to 6 minutes. He's getting CF off jungle, lane, and those Callista Banshees, which do give 10 gold. So, wow, 99 gold from that one auto attack. Jeez, that is a lot of money. And of course, speaking of a lot of money, 267 CS at 21.5 minutes for Udapon. He's going for some 80 carry CS record. Picking it up across the map. Oh, a nice whimsy on Awaker to keep it from jumping over the wall. He's looking for somewhere to get out, but it's not coming to him, and he will get taken down deep in the enemy jungle. Questionable positioning there.
It's so risky, especially because he knows that that entire area is warded up, or at least has to assume that his own jungle is warded up. So they know that if he's not in there, they can see him walking into their own. So great claps from Focus Me, and Awaker just cannot catch a break this game.
Man, Awaker just continues to find difficulty after difficulty coming his way. And now top lane, it's Moyashi's turn, 4v1, and not seen coming at all. There's actually a lot of wards out on the map for Rabbit 5, but none of them good enough to stop Moyashi from going down. Although Rabbit 5 might pick up a mid lane turret off of that. Just kidding. Oh, here comes the TP, Saros. It's back up on the hunts down. Focus Me are gonna go for this. There's the Q, flashed away from immediately. The double pull back in. There's the Moonlight. He's dropping it down. And the catch back up over the wall. It's Astaroar with the flash to roar over the wall. Waker gets out alive. And Zeros will too. Kind of,
Here comes the other teleport.
it's coming down, and oh man, it's gonna be Zeros did a little bit of a rough spot if he gets dove, but yeah, can't afford to stop that bottom lane push.
And after all is said and done, they chase across the map and find themselves a minion wave and a bottom tier tower.
Mid-tier turret as well, or mid-second tier turret is Udapon. Working on the split push, she's going to take that one down with or without some extra help. And oh, the kill Udapon squad in full force is just, he's farming the Raptor camp. And Awaker is the saddest Jarvan in the world right now.
Still has done a good job to make sure that he maintains even on his CS with his jungle opponent there in Astaroar, but has not been nearly as efficient as far as kill participation.
Not at all. And to be fair, there aren't really a lot of kills to participate in. We're 24 minutes in and there's only 5 kills. And for most LJL games, at least over the course of the regular season, it hasn't necessarily been incredibly high kill scores for the majority of them. Now, there have been games that have been like over an hour long. They've been, just crazy games out there. But by and large, it's objectives that force fights, and there haven't really been a whole lot of fights this game. I guess that's good for Rabbit 5, but they're down almost 10,000 gold here at 25 minutes in.
And all of that has been really snowballed through primarily CS and the towers that have fallen. The top tier tower is the last outer tower and ring that's standing. The 2-minute dragon warning has not spawned yet, so we'll see what Focus Me decide to look at next. They do have a lot of potential for an early Baron and a lot of control over that, especially having a Nunu jungle.
For Saros, once again, not necessarily the flashiest player on the team. He's picked up a ton of CS for himself, but he's holding it down in the bottom lane. It's like you could rename him to Gravity.
It also speaks again to how much Baron control they have, that they have such a massive pressure point and building wave on the bottom side of the map that so many resources of Rabbit 5 could be expended down there and easily give away this objective.
Zero still has tier 1 boots. It's like, he doesn't need to move. He's not going anywhere. Of course, now in a 1v2 situation, let's see if we can get a 2v2 as Udapon might be wanting to turn that around, but they'll use that ult to disengage. A little bit odd, but back to the jungle to farm. Seros, he is relentless.
Giving to himself and denying Awaker even more, and meanwhile in the top lane, Mayashi, 2v1 again.
3v1 as he's gonna get dove rather. Not a lot of options here underneath the turret. He will flash away. Astror can't take that turret much longer. Moyashi takes a long time to go down, but he will. Bonzen there to pick up the kill. Mid lane though, a turret taken for it. The second turret of the game for Rapid 5. Whoa, all in on a Udapon. He's looking for at least one to take. What the flash over the wall? He's gonna get that bottle. Wow, that damage. More red than I've ever seen in my life. Seros gets the kill in the bottom lane. Udapon gets the kill and gets out of a 3v1 mid.
And a series of unfortunate events for Rapid 5. So here's kind of what happened in all of that. You saw that the resources were committed top by Focus Me. So Rapid 5 decided to look for the counter engagement on the mid-tier tower. They immediately jump. Hold on though. Seros might be in trouble. Although is it Awaker in trouble?
Just kidding. Seros is out of mana and used a lot of it on Moonlight. So he won't actually be able to use spells in this engage. Just has the Q that he needs. Shield's coming up and he is going down. Estelle there to take him out.
Okay, they finally end up trading 1-for-1. All of the resources are mid. They jump up onto Udapon. Udapon has a fantastic flash for the wall to run away from that. And again, because Seros sees that all of the laners are mid, decides to jump the wall, invade the base, and take a 1v1 kill before finally falling. But again, as soon as they see where the enemy team is, instantly the aggression turns on.
And that's not the only thing that has been activated. There we go. This game, the Righteous Glory almost completed for Kazu. Support Maokai almost in full effect. Another dragon coming down. This is the 4th dragon of the game. Once again, uncontested.
Pretty early dragon, especially for the 4th one. That means that the 5th dragon will be spawning in around 33, waiting for it, 59 or 49.
Yeah, 33-59, it'll be in there, and honestly, I can't really expect anything more than Focus Me to take it. They've been in the lead all game long. And once again, it's not the big numbers that matter, it's the smaller ones. 6-2 in turrets, 4-0 in dragon, and you gotta look at the gold count too. A 10, okay, well, to be fair, it's around 9,000 gold advantage here at the 28-minute mark, with cresting the 300 CS in the mid lane. Udapon's gonna hit 400 CS around 30 minutes.
And what's beautiful here is now that they're running a double teleport composition, that they have so much control over the bottom side of the map. We do have the pings going down in Baron. They're picking up their vision, removing it from the Baron pit, removing it from the Dragon pit, surrounding the Baron pit with it. They're going to go ahead and start it, and at the same time, using their double teleport to create 2 different pressure points. There's no way that Detonation Rabbit 5 can approach this Baron pit to even try to contest or to figure out what's going on.
Baron gonna go down free and clear, and no steal for Awaker. Might find a kill on Kazu. Just kidding. After being pressured all game long, he is dead, and a TP in. We'll see if it's good enough for Bonzen. There is the Whimsy. No catch potential, but meanwhile, top lane, Zeros is working on winning the game by himself.
And with that, all outer towers are down. It will be about if they can crack that inhibitor line. They do have the tower down in the bottom side, so it is an open inhib, but we'll see if they use that Baron in mid and top before transitioning down there.
They're going to work on it, but of course, yeah, mid lane, nice rotation down from the top lane. Exactly like you said, textbook, objective to objective, and possibly a fight. Yeah, look at all those shields that can go on to Seros. He's got his own, he's got Lulu's, he's got Blood Boil from Astror. It's kind of like a Protect the Kog'Maw comp with a Diana instead. You make the Diana super fast with On the Hunt. It's like 4 supportive champions and a Diana.
And just how quickly this game has ramped out of control. We've got a close to 15k gold lead in favor of Focus Me, and unfortunately, I can't really see Rabbit 5 walking away with this series. This could be a 3-0 shutout.
I can't say that was necessarily out of the realm of possibilities. When you looked at both teams coming into the game, while Rabbit 5 were strong all season long, their weak spot was versus Focus Me, and it's continued to be true this game. Game 1, honestly, one of the best of the series. Just really back and forth, mids and AD carries, just battling it out. But this game's such a different style, and we talked about that earlier, the ability that Focus Me has to change up their style completely. It was hard carry, AD carry in Game 1 for Utapon, and now it's been Sivir for 2 games. This time they're letting Seros kind of try to carry the game, and of course Utapon, oops, he's definitely doing that as well. 400 CS at 30 minutes. Damn, that is a very strong Sivir, and now finally looking to push it home. Kazu in the front line, Astror pushing forward too, and this inhibitor not long for this world.
And it looks like Focus Me will most likely be the team representing Japan in the international wildcard. And I'm glad they kind of talked about their different styles, their different MOs over the course of the series, but definitely showing why they are the superior, why they are the dominant team in this league. Their objective control, we've said it over and over, is just out of this world insane. They've only lost 1 dragon over the course of this entire series.
Oh, beautiful spell shield there on the Dark Binding by Utapon, but it's just gonna massacre Morgana. And whoa, the dive there almost takes down Seros in 1 ult there. Seros dropping the Moonlight, and it's falling on the back line. He's gonna hit that Zhonya's under turret. Inhibitor after inhibitor. It's gonna go down. The big engage afterwards. There's the Zhonya's from Moyashi. Will it save his life? Flashing back to the base. Will. He is out of the fight, looking to go back in. Rabbit 5 actually have maybe some turnaround potential. Nope. Seros is going to look for a kill himself. He might actually die here, but at what cost? Utapon, full HP, and more damage than he knows what to do with. The flash forward for the kill on the fountain. It's a double for Utapon. A triple. Get the camera, because this is a photo finish for Focus Me. 14-4. And they will be your LJL Season 1 champions. Going on to represent Japan at the international wildcard.
Exactly, I was going to say, and obviously being the season champions is fantastic. What an explosive, amazing moment for these guys, for how far League of Legends has come for Japan and for the Detonation Focus Me brand in general. But representing Japan at the international wildcard tournament, finally getting the chance to possibly go to an international event as MSI or Worlds later down the road is just an amazing opportunity.
And for League of Legends in Japan, this is more than just a victory. It means possible victories on the international stage later, and it's just the beginning of something that can be nothing less than incredible. Detonation as an organization and Focus Me and Rabbit 5 as teams have led LJL all season long. They have held the first spot in one form or another and have shown us, 3 of the best games of League of Legends I've seen all season. And of course, as a grand final, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, League of Legends event in Japan. It's just been awesome to watch and awesome to cast as well.
And amazing to work alongside these guys as well. Again, it's going to be Eyes and Revel on your screen in front of you. The 2 Japanese casters. They are casting in Japanese on both the Zubu and the Twitch channels. And look at the beautiful venue that they have behind them.
Yeah, Belisal, and I actually took a look at this venue on the internet. This is actually the basement of the venue. It's in downtown Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. This is just the basement of it. Upstairs, it's a full, huge convention center, and it's just an incredible place to hold an equally incredible event. So you can see the teams out there. Detonation definitely happy about the way that things went, and regardless of win or lose, they are still brother and sister teams. So they're going to be sharing in the victory. Maybe not individually, but as an organization, it's a good time to be Detonation.
And Rabbit 5 cannot be too beat up about their performance. Yes, it did lead to a grand final of a 3-0, but they gave a fantastic first early game, and they've had a fantastic season, all LJL, leading the charge and only really tripping up at the very end.
So what was your favorite moment of LJL this season, Frostgrim?
Utapon running in 1v3 and 1v4 over the Dragon Pit. That first game, if you guys came in late, if you didn't see the first game of the series, everyone needs to go back and watch it. This guy's nuts. He builds a Randuin's Omens on Callista and he wins.
It was that moment alone. It just summed up not only Japanese League of Legends, but Utapon in essence. The ability to walk, the mindset, just to walk into 3 champions and have the pressure to put them on the back foot, trap them in the dragon pit, force them to flash away. Like that's Utapon. That's the 80 carry centric nature of a lot of the LJL teams. And you can see Focus Me, they're still sitting in their chairs. They are a little bit floored, although they are in chairs. And look at the thousands of people in attendance here at Belisal. What an incredible event. We've got fan signs. I noticed a couple of the riders at the event were tweeting out fan signs. Detonation themselves were tweeting out some fan signs. So some pretty incredible events to watch. Do you have any? I believe we're actually going to throw it over to an awards ceremony now. So I'm not sure if we'll necessarily be back, but there are definitely a lot of waves in the audience. A very happy Detonation. Do you have any final words before we throw it over to our closing ceremonies, Frostgren?
I've only been involved with LJL for a very short window of time. I wish I had gotten involved earlier. It's been a fantastic ride. I can't wait to cast again for the next season upcoming and for any of the events. And I definitely think Japan have a lot to show League of Legends. They've ramped up, and I can't say this enough. They're a very surprising region. They've ramped up fairly quickly, and I think they're going to make a splash at the wildcard tournament.
It's been incredible to be a part of it and to cast it with you, Frostgren. So thank you so much for joining me here, and a big thanks to everyone for watching. Hopefully you continue to turn up and tune in to LJL. They're a great new region, definitely something to keep an eye on, and hopefully you guys will be doing that not just here but at the international wildcard, and of course hopefully MSI a little bit later on down the road. But that's gonna do it for the games here tonight. We're going to turn things over to the closing ceremonies of this season of LJL. It's been a great season. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We will see you next time. Enjoy the closing ceremonies.
3人がここで